Today is the year 2047. 25 years have passed since mysterious portals began opening all over the planet. With their appearance, the world changed beyond recognition. Monsters poured into reality, sweeping away everything in their path. Civilization fell, humanity disappeared. Only one man managed to survive. A heavily armored monster stood against the ruins, its face hidden by a hood, and it held a severed head in its hands. A man was slowly approaching him, an old man. He was wearing a shabby coat, a shirt, and a bag over his shoulder. He was walking between the ruined buildings. His gaze showed inner strength. His face had a deep scar, and his beard seemed to hold stories from many years. He seemed wise and indestructible. Without a shadow of fear, the old man stopped in front of the monster, which towered over him by several heads. The faceless monster raised his sword, but he didn't attack. He thrust it into the ground. It immediately split, as if responding to an unknown force. After this, the creature knelt down and silently held out the head of another demon to the old man. He just stood there, not saying a word, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Some time later, the man entered a local bar. Its sign had almost disappeared. The dishes inside had long since cracked. He found an incomplete bottle of wine. There was only a little left, and took a sip. The head's voice came from somewhere. It spoke. It recalled rumors of a man who hunted only high-class demons. Who would have thought? But it seemed to be true. She was outraged, not understanding the meaning of what was happening. The man wiped his mouth. He said that it would take a long time to tell. Everything would soon become clear. And indeed, after hearing his story, my head went into shock. She couldn't believe that the quest was real. Supposedly, the one who collected 666,666 heads of high-class demons would receive something incredible. Together with the monster, the man opened the doors to a dark room where monster heads were stored on shelves. Thousands of glowing red eyes, hidden in the shadows, stared at the newcomer. If you do it right, he thought, you can shake the timeline. Turn back time. He took the last head in his hands and said that it was the final touch. The head howled with indignation, screamed, and began to insult him while he was putting it on the shelf. She asked, "Does he really believe that he can change the future by going back in time?" The old man answered calmly, "He wants to see his daughter again." The head fell silent, in shock. At that moment, a sword plunged into the man's forehead, between the eyes. The head screamed. He quietly said that this was why he had endured this hellhole for 25 years. The head, without calming down, told him not to hope that everyone would sit with folded hands. And then she asked the question, what is he going to do with the phases? The old man replied, those who opened the portals and turned the world into hell, who came up with this crazy condition, even they are not all-seeing. He fulfilled all the requirements of the legendary quest. He collected all the demon heads. The head began to crack, crumbling into small glowing fragments. The man only whispered that he didn't care about the phases. He is the only one who survived, and he will destroy anyone who stands in his way, because his mission is accomplished. There was a huge explosion. The activation of the Nexus began. A blinding beam cut through the sky and hit one of the buildings. The man woke up suddenly in a cold sweat. He looked at his trembling hands, as if he didn't immediately recognize them. Then his gaze turned out the window, the city, the streets, the light. He jumped up and rushed to the door. He opened another room and called Somin. In the room, under a cute blanket with stars and unicorns, a little girl was sleeping. He remembered. When the apocalypse began, buildings collapsed, tanks burned, monsters flew in the sky. He was then lying on the edge of the cliff, clutching a tiny hand in his hand. His daughter was hanging over the abyss, crying and calling him. He held her with all his might. His right arm was broken, and he couldn't even move his left arm. It was pierced by arrows. He prayed to God that even if he died, at least something would save his daughter. But suddenly a huge monster appeared under the girl. She was still hanging there, streaming tears, and looked down in horror. A giant mouth opened from under her. Fear froze in her eyes. The girl called for her father, but he didn't have time. The monster's jaws closed, swallowing her. All that was left of the girl was a small hand, still clutching her father's broken arm. Now he was holding her hand again, pressing it to his face, as if afraid to let go. After a couple of seconds, Somin opened her eyes. She didn't understand what was happening. When she woke up, she saw the door to her room slowly close, and thought it was her father. And at that time he was standing on the other side of the door. He fell to his knees and, unable to contain his emotions, began to cry. He whispered, "Thanks to God." He knew that this happiness was temporary. Somewhere deep inside him, a feeling of anxiety gnawed at him. The day when the gates of hell would open again was drawing near. The world would change forever. He walked over to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of water, and took a sip. 25 years of solitude had taught him to appreciate even the simple things. But now he faced a much greater task, to protect his daughter. Even if he dies, he must try. He has to. And suddenly he felt a surge of strength. Magic awakened in his body. Primary level spiritual magic. His eyes glowed like a spirit. He looked at his hand. It began to glow with a soft but powerful light. The power did not disappear. He really received a gift, and then he felt eyes on him. The spirit was watching him. He turned his gaze to the cabinet. In an old frame was his wife, holding a newborn child in her arms. Something inside trembled. Was it the spirit? It was her, Sua. Suddenly, the outline of a woman appeared behind him. She silently hugged him. He didn't know why, but his strength returned to him. He got dressed. Thoughts were racing through his head. Perhaps this was the result of timeline crossing, or a regressor feature. On October 11th, in 3 days, the gates of hell will open again. But already 3 days before that, people appeared who were destined to learn about the impending threat. The 8 prophets are the chosen ones of the 8 phases. They are the 8 battle stars, the saviors of humanity. They have developed incredibly quickly and reached heights that only a few can reach. But now, with the memory of 25 years of hell, he could steal their successes. Take their power. Take their rewards. He was walking along the night street. In front of him was the entrance to the underground passage. Today is October 8th, 2022, 3 days before the gate opens, and he made a decision. Now he would take everything. He went down into the underground passage. It was empty. Not a single person. Suddenly, he noticed a sign. Predictions. Name compatibility. It flickered with a strange light. He opened the heavy door. Inside was a cold room. A voice came from the darkness. Someone said that all this is very strange. After all, no one was supposed to come today. How dare anyone show up? The man, standing in the semi-darkness, calmly replied that he had come for a certain thing. He called the one who spoke Yaksha. Suddenly, a massive hand darted towards him and forcefully pressed him against the wall. The man's face was lit up with veins. He was angry. Heavy, muffled steps were heard from the darkness. The monster held him with one paw and lifted him off the ground. His one eye was blazing with rage. And then he asked, "Who is he?" The man confidently declared that he had come to undergo the prophet's test. He knew that this was where they were conducted. The monster was surprised. Who could have told him about such a place? This is impossible. An order has been received from above. The selection is still ongoing. The man calmly confirmed, that is exactly why he is here. He came early to receive the place of the chosen one. The monster suddenly fell silent, then let out a guttural laugh that rolled through the cold room. Everything became clear. The man who had been rumored stood before him. The regressor who had destroyed 666,666 high-class demons. Did he really think they wouldn't find out? They knew he had shaken the timeline. The monster raised his hand, and dark energy flashed in it. He grinned and said that the man was in deep trouble. Does he really think that regression will give him the right to do whatever he wants? This place is not just a test. It is a chessboard created by the higher phases. And by tangling the pieces, he has only brought their wrath upon himself. The man, without flinching, ordered the stinking paw to be removed and plunged 3 swords into it at once. The monster recoiled, screaming in pain. The wound burned as if his flesh had been melted from the inside. The man chuckled. He said he wanted to cut off the claw, but his body wasn't ready for such attacks yet. He didn't have the runes to strengthen the blow. The monster glared angrily and rushed forward, ready to tear the man to pieces. But the man just chuckled. He was wrong. Perhaps it was the phases who created the regression. Perhaps it was part of their plan. But does he think that people like him care about the higher ones? The monster did not let me finish. He growled and rushed to attack. But then he received a crushing blow to the face. A scarlet stripe appeared on his cheek. A few seconds later, another blow, this time in the other direction. The red marks crossed like a mark. The man with a cold expression asked if the head was given to him only for decoration. Does he even understand what it means to be a regressor? It means fulfilling the conditions. It means destroying the old order. Thousands of high-class demons have fallen by his hand. And now even the Yaksha, a race that feeds on the fears of others, tremble before him. The monster began to weaken, lose shape, shrink. A second later, it was no longer a giant standing before the man, but a small, trembling creature. The man, smiling contentedly, said that he had 2 things to report. First, until the gates of hell are opened, members of his race will not be able to kill people. Those are the rules. Second, the monster has what he was looking for, the bundle that he owns. Even after opening the gate, he had better not try to attack. He knows who is in front of him, and he called him by name. Yaksha of the 2nd rank, Curio. The monster couldn't believe his ears. He was shocked. How did this man know his real name? The man answered calmly, "They are quite close." The monster screamed, almost exploding with rage. Was he implying that he was his servant or something? But, meeting the man's gaze, stern, icy, piercing, he immediately fell silent. His face was covered in cold sweat. A second later, he conjured a huge bag. Purple magic swirled in the air. The ribbon that tied the bag slowly began to untie. A table appeared in front of the man, and he looked at it carefully. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A store dedicated exclusively to profits. For every monster he killed, he could get 1 chapter, but at that rate, he would never be able to afford even the most basic of these artifacts. The monster narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked why he was looking at the assortment for so long. After all, he didn't even have a way to get heads, which meant he wouldn't buy anything. But the man silently pointed to the magic scroll. That was what he wanted. He calmly asked the monster to give him the scroll. He froze in amazement. How is this even possible? Is he crazy? Give him a scroll? Can't he read? It's clearly written there. The item can only be transferred if there is a friendly relationship between the owner and the recipient. And what does he do? He hits him with iron. He mocks and waves his fists in my face. Why should he give him anything? The man, without further ado, took 2 knives from the monster's hand. The monster asked him in surprise what he was doing. He replied that he had pulled them out for him. After that, he threw 2 thick wads of money in front of the monster. He stared at them in confusion. Then the man explained that it was 20 million won, and if he agreed to be his friend, he would get another 80 million. The monster threw the money away with disdain. He knew that these pieces of paper would lose all value in 3 days when the gates of hell would open. But the man calmly objected. Let her believe him. This money will still come in handy. 2 years later, on the night of pitch darkness, they will save his life. He knows better than anyone what will soon become valuable and what will not. And even in hell, money will not lose its power. For the first time, the monster thought, was he really serious? In the world of people, money decides everything. But for monsters, it's just dust, paper. He asked warily, what if you are deceiving me? The man replied that he would have to take the man at his word. He may listen to him, or he may not. But let him know, in 2 years, he will be kicking himself for his refusal. True, it will be too late. The monster growled, called the man damn slippery, worse than a snake. The man smiled faintly, saying that he knew it. A magic scroll appeared in his hand. The monster asked suspiciously what he was going to do with it. While the monster was collecting the scattered bills, it heard the man was going to record the events. This scroll will be his ticket to the prophet's test. The monster muttered that he had had enough. Let him hope he knew what he was doing. The man opened the scroll at this time. He began to write. And then, with a dull ringing sound, an invisible wall crumbled before him, like a mirror broken by a blow of fate. The fragments flew to the sides. He took a step forward. It was time to meet the phases. He was not afraid. But something suddenly stopped him. He froze, surprised. A huge scarlet eye of a monster stared down at him from above. Together with the monster, they walked along an unknown bridge, which was illuminated not by lanterns, but by a flying light nearby. The monster looked back periodically to make sure they were not in any danger. Suddenly he met the man's gaze and screamed in fear. The man asked him why he was following him. He replied that he was simply going where he was going and would only witness how painful his death would be. After that, he said, let's assume that this is true. The reason why he knows everything is both the prophets and even the language of memories from his past life. Now he is trying to steal the privilege of a prophet. To be a prophet, he must be here first. And do they know each other? He asked the man if he was ashamed that he would simply steal his friend's privilege. At that moment, the man suddenly remembered the ghostly howl of Chui Huisu, the peerless essence of one of the 8 battle stars, the master of hundreds of resurrected monsters. The guy was practically immortal. He was on par with the strongest stars, like Alec. But for people, he became another piece of trash that had to be gotten rid of. Because in reality, he was a psychopath. To resurrect monsters, Chui Huisu used spare parts, experimenting with still-living people to obtain suitable material. And he also reached Namgun. The monster noticed that the man was very bad, but he began to contradict him. The monster then explained that no matter how strong he was in his past life, he was now just an ordinary person, and he should be more careful. If only he knew whose peace he was disturbing. But Namgung already knew this. He had disturbed the one who had been disappearing from him for 18 years. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard saying that an unexpected guest had arrived. The man entered the chambers of the Lord of the 7 Snakes. An unknown voice immediately asked Kyoryo what this man was doing here. Only the prophet was allowed to enter, and this man was not the prophet the voice had chosen. The man only replied that choosing not him was the biggest mistake. He should have chosen Namgung from the very beginning. Suddenly, a huge red eye appeared from the darkness and looked straight at the man. The creature called him a regressor and a murderer who had cut off the heads of 666,000 high-level demons. The eye realized who had turned their game board over. But still, in his opinion, the man was not fit to be a prophet. Then the man asked why he didn't try it himself. It was much better than Chui Huisu. The huge monster only remained silent in response to this. Suddenly, events from his past life flashed before Namgung's eyes, when he, with a broken arm, held the hands of his daughter, who was hanging over a cliff. but allowed her to die. This memory passed before his eyes again and again, but at one point, a magical female spirit hand appeared. It was Sua. The monster realized that the regressor had broken the timeline and had become his follower. The fragments of these memories shattered in front of the man's face. He immediately grabbed the knife and flew towards the monster, telling him to think about what he was saying. The man punched him right in the eye socket. A surprised Kyoryo watched this. Namgung made it clear that he was not his follower. After this, a hole formed from the eye, from which a thick fog began to emerge. The man landed on the floor, and the monster said it was a surprise to him. After all, if this is not so, then where does he get this power from? As the man thought, even if the creature is higher in level than him, he still does not know everything. He replied that it was a consequence of regression. Perhaps this was his reward for the dedication he had shown in trying to survive that hell. Suddenly, someone's hand rose up and snapped menacingly. A circle of purple flame appeared around the man and the monster. From the darkness, yellow predatory eyes looked at them. In the center stood a throne. On top of it sat a guy who asked Namgung where he got his strength from. But the man began to talk about Chui Huisu, the prophet he had chosen. He said that he voluntarily gave his power to him. 3 huge snakes started writhing around the guy. He said, "Just think. The regressor became his devoted slave." Namgung deserved to be heard by the Lord of the 7 Snakes. After all, the man who slew 666,000 demons actually appeared. If he could achieve this, then perhaps he would also have received the status of witness of the sun and moon. But the guy thought it was just a useless achievement. However, he still respected the fact that the man was able to overcome obstacles and come to him on his own. But, unfortunately, the ruler had already chosen the prophet, and his decision was final. Namgung loudly said that this was not the case and asked if he knew the conditions for regression. This means that Namgung is the only one who survived, and it doesn't matter who he chose. All the chosen prophets died. The man did not come here at all to snatch the title of prophet. He's here to give the Lord a chance. If he doesn't choose Namgung, that's okay. He can bring victory to other higher beings as well. And the prophet he chooses will be the first one he destroys. The Lord of the 7 Snakes became angry and asked if he was threatening him. He could kill the man right now. If he dared to threaten the Supreme Being, what chance does he even have? Why should he choose Namgung? The man replied that only with him did he have a real chance of winning. According to the rules of the game, higher beings cannot kill him. Even though he was ignorant when the gates of hell first opened, he is the only one who survived. And now he guarantees that he won't let us down this time. The Lord laughed a little and said that he liked it. Suddenly, Chui Huisu appeared next to the man. He was surprised. He didn't understand how he ended up here and how the man knew him. But suddenly a huge red hand appeared and crushed him, leaving behind only a pool of blood. The Lord said that he would change the choice of the prophet. After that, the hand with huge claws disappeared into the portal in the sky. The Lord of the 7 Snakes recognized Namgung and said that he accepted him. A bright circle with a sign appeared under the man's feet. Now he became the serpent prophet. The prophet's privilege was opened. The serpent treasury was accessible. This made Namgung very happy. Together they descended into the serpent's treasury, into the triad of poisonous doors. Yor said that the only door he could open was a copper one. From it, he can choose whatever he wants, because it is the prophet who will have to lead the people when the carnival begins. The man asked if the hell that people went through was really just a carnival for them. Namgung realized that while he was still at the very beginning of his journey, he had to use all possible means. The doors opened before them, and a bright light shone from within. Kyoryo stood behind him at this time, thinking that his knees were shaking just from the sight of what was happening, and they continued to act as if nothing had happened. Soon the doors closed, leaving him alone. Not knowing what to do, he simply sat down on the floor and eventually fell asleep. The man came back and picked him up, telling him to follow him. Together they passed through the portal and found themselves in the trading firm. Curio suddenly asked what the man was doing inside for so long. He conjured a red sphere in his hand and replied that he had chosen an item, the headdress of Monarch Leoric, legendary rank. He was the greatest and most arrogant king in history. The device gave great power, but it came at a price. When used on the living, it sucked out the wearer's life force, and when used on the dead, it transferred the great power. The fortune-teller monster wondered what equipment the man would choose, but he couldn't understand why he chose this particular item. After all, it was useless for a living person. However, he did not voice his thoughts out loud, and only remarked that the man had good taste. The man ordered to get the bag. Curio began to worry. He did not have enough heads to pay. But the man handed him a bag containing 100,000 heads. The monster was shocked. Could it really be that the Lord of Snakes himself gave them to him? Usually, if he gives something, then he demands twice as much, even for the most trivial things. The man replied that he knew it. Curio could not understand how the man was going to pay for these 100,000 heads. Namgun explained that there was no way, since Yor owed him, so he was paying. He was worried that the man would become a target for other prophets because he was a regressor, and so he gave him such help. At the same time, he put forward a condition, a kind of test. He must do something equivalent to the feat of a regressor, such as killing 666,666 demons. The man took out a legendary rank red seal from the pouch. I immediately activated it and received a legendary rank quest. A hidden quest from the Lord of the Seven Snakes has been added. While the monster stood there and couldn't understand what he was being asked to do, the man ordered him to take out the bag again. Curio obeyed and began to look for the best equipment that the heads would buy. He found a couple of rare rank items, Widow's Eyes and the head-off-with-shoulders sword. Namgung looked at the sword and saw too many letters in the description. Nothing good can come from long stories. This meant that a curse came with the sword. In the end, he chose the sword and asked for the scabbard or sword belt in change. Curio happily handed him the dwarf's harness. The man was surprised that he was giving it away so easily. The monster explained, "An item with a long description is always a headache. Besides, they are friends, and it is customary to give discounts to friends." At that moment, the sword in the man's hands began to disappear. He looked at his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He was surprised why all the shops were closed. The monster replied that there was a barrier around the area. They came out of the underpass together. The man noted that they had done a good job. Now he wouldn't be late. The monster had already taken on human form and asked where he was rushing to. He assumed that if he bought the sword, it meant he was up to something. Was he planning to hunt prophets? But Namgung replied that he needed to pick up his daughter from school. This answer surprised Curio very much. The man left, saying that classes were just ending, and waved goodbye, promising that they would see each other again. He spent 2 days before the opening of the gates of hell with his daughter. Together they walked the streets and shopped in stores. And then they played on the console, fighting with each other. It was a small island of peace before the impending chaos. And now they are putting on their shoes in the hallway. The girl asks if today is really the day he was talking about. She looked into the backpack and asked if they had enough supplies to survive. She had bought them with her pocket money. The man asked if she really believed everything he told her. She agreed, because he was her father, and a father cannot lie to her. Together they held hands and walked out of the house, and they headed to the city cemetery of Daejeon. There was a guy standing at one of the graves. Namgung approached him. The guy gave a military salute. They were happy to see each other. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Minhyun said that the man hadn't changed at all and looked as if he could return to duty tomorrow. He asked how Soman was doing. The man replied that she was in the car. They were on the outskirts of Seoul, after all, and perhaps she was tired. The guy apologized for not visiting for so long because he should have come right away. Namgung explained that he deliberately let her sleep because today was a hard day. He explained why he chose this particular location for the meeting rather than Central Seoul. The smile on his face disappeared, and he turned to Min-hyun seriously. He had something very important to tell. He said to imagine that the world was going to end today. Min-hyun choked on his drink, not believing that his brother had dragged him to the outskirts for such a joke. The man admitted that he himself wished it were a joke. While Min-hyun was looking at him in shock, a powerful earthquake suddenly occurred. People began to run away in panic, not understanding what was happening. Someone was shouting that they needed to call 119. Min-hyun jumped up from the bench and called his brother to leave. But Namgung simply activated his new sword, and he said that he would kill every single monster. Many goblins ran out and started attacking. All the people started running away and calling for help. Min-hyun told his brother that it seemed like they needed to leave. The man just turned around and said that this time they both had to survive. Min-hyun tried to stop his brother when the monsters reached him, but the man with a calm face simply cut them into pieces. Namgung asked his brother to go after his daughter. He did not understand what the man had in mind. He turned his head and ordered to do what he said. Min-hyun made a military salute and promised to do everything. He ran to the car, shouting that he would be back soon. At this time, small goblins with clubs in their hands attacked civilians. Namgung cut them in half without a trace of fear. After that, he looked up at the sky and saw a huge green eye with a yellow socket. Goblins started pouring out of it. People couldn't understand what it was and ran away in panic, screaming and pushing each other away. Earlier, when the man had spoken to Yor, he had said that since he had become his protégé, there were some things he should know. From now on, he can command the life force. If he wishes to save someone, he must be ready to give someone else's soul in return. It is better for him to be an egoist. Such is the path of the protégé of the Lord of Snakes. Whatever he does, he will not escape the stigma of a hypocrite. But he needs strength, even if it means bearing a cross. Perhaps the Lord has already forgotten, but he can lend him strength in this life. Standing near the cemetery, he began to call upon himself by right of being the strongest in these lands, and summoned the defenders of the fatherland, while his sword was filled with red magic. Spirits began to emerge from the graves where sergeants and soldiers were buried. Many bright sparks flew out and hit the man's body. He held the sword, filling himself with magic, and discovered the souls of the second level. The friendly spirits around him resonated with him. They were active. The spirits of the memorial were rising within him. He could use second-level soul summoning. The number of souls that could be summoned exceeded the limit of his capabilities. 0 out of 3 were available for summoning. Dead people began to emerge from their graves. Their bodies were covered with a black magical crust, and silver helmets appeared on their heads. Now there were several warriors standing next to the man, kneeling before him. Goblins continued to appear and attack women and men. Min-hyun held Somin and was shocked that there was no end in sight to the goblins. Was his brother fighting them alone? And how? Only his daughter could sleep peacefully in this hell? He hoped she wasn't hurt. Looking up at the sky, he saw more goblins starting to descend from the sky. At that moment, one of them attacked the guy from the side, and then a red warrior appeared and cut the monster in half. Min-hyun turned around happily, realizing that his brother had returned. He asked what was going on and who these people were next to him. Namgung replied that he would explain the details later, but for now he handed him the sword. The man said that there were still plenty of goblins here, and it was time for his brother to remember his forgotten kendo skills. Min-hyun said that he had made a promise to his teacher not to pick up a sword again, but now he fights to save people. He took the sword and cried out for the blade of hell to listen to him. and then asked what the name of this sword was. People climbed onto the high bridge, not understanding why the police did not come. No one wanted to die in this place. Suddenly, the girl upstairs noticed that her child was left downstairs and crying. She wanted to go down, but the man held her back, saying that otherwise she would die. At that moment, a goblin with a club studded with spikes appeared next to the child. The wind whistled as Min-hyun swung his sword and killed the goblin, saving the child. Hibyu came up to him and told him to run quickly to his mother. Namgung watched as his brother skillfully killed goblins. His own strength could not yet be shown openly, so he entrusted his brother with the role of the crowd's favorite. In his past life, he was the leader of the warrior guardians' resistance, and now he will lead from the shadows. Min-hyun, despite being tired, continued to fight. There were red warriors next to him who helped him. One of the goblins ran too close, and he struck him right in the head with his sword. The goblin collapsed in its own slime, its head cut in half. The guy hoped that this was the last one. He sat down and decided that he could finally take a little rest. But suddenly, there was a noise, and he couldn't believe it. Was this really not the end? They had dealt with all the goblins. Namgung looked to the side and realized that the one he was waiting for had finally arrived. A huge goblin emerged from the ruined buildings. Around his neck hung a pendant of alien fangs, and in his hand he held a knife. He was a goblin warrior. The monster raised his huge sword, and it attacked Myung-hun, but he repelled the attack with his weapon. One move from the goblin warrior and the guy falls to the floor, rolls and crashes into the wall. The goblin simply turns away and walks away. Namgung approaches the guy. He notices that Myung-hun's bones are intact, which means he can handle it. Myung-hun is puzzled as to why the monster suddenly turned around and left. The man assumes that he headed to the memorial, the place chosen by the goblins to make an offering to their leader. He explains that the goblins intend to use the memorial tower as a personal base. If they are not brought out, they will crawl away like cockroaches. Myung-hun is shocked that the goblins are doing this to the memorial tower. He asks his brother how he even knows such information, and then wonders why he didn't figure it out himself before. After all, he is living for the second time, and perhaps he is bored, so they need to decide everything quickly. Namgung asks him not to be sarcastic, because the problems will not end with these monsters. To prevent their reproduction, it is necessary to kill the leader of the goblins. He looks tough, which is not the case with ordinary goblins. Namgung warns that the leader can do magic, and that people follow him for a reason. The man says that he has put his daughter to sleep for now, and she definitely won't interfere. He plans to call upon the spirits of the soldiers for help, but first, they need to get rid of the goblins. Myung-hun still has a lot to learn and a lot to be surprised about in the near future. He must be ready. Almost all the goblins stood next to their leader, not thinking about anything. But suddenly, a knife flew towards the huge goblin. The man had already dealt with several small goblins before that. The knife hit the monster right in the eye, and green blood began to flow from the wound. He screamed. As Namgung approached him, the goblin grabbed his eye. With one free hand, he swung his sword. But a man appeared in front of him and took out a scarlet wasp sting, and then immediately thrust it into the goblin's body. The monster screamed, foam came out of its mouth, and purple veins appeared on its face. Namgung gave the command to his brother, and he appeared as if from thin air, jumped, swung his sword, and struck the monster's neck with all his might. But the sword got stuck. He couldn't cut it. Suddenly, the monster began to scream something in its own language. Myung-hun suspected that the goblin had some kind of super strong muscles. Afterwards, he noted that his brother's darts had come in handy and asked where he had gotten them. The man replied that he had gotten them from the dungeon on Iljiro Street. Myung-hun said that it was a pretty busy area and was just about to buy something for himself there. But his brother stopped him, reminding him that they still had business to finish and needed to split up. Myung-hun went somewhere, and Namgung skillfully dodged the goblin's attacks. He then took out 3 more stingers and threw them towards the monster. They hit right in the heart area, and the goblin screamed. The impact site turned purple and he fell to the floor. Myung-hun showed up on time again and declared that he would see things through to the end this time. He still cut off the monster's head. Afterwards, he began to stretch his arm. The goblin had very hard bones, and now his arm hurt. But he was glad that he had made it, and everyone was cooler. Namgung reminded him not to let his guard down, because now they would go after the leader. He looked at the place where the leader had previously lain. There was no one there now, but he heard strange sounds and suspected that the leader was hiding. Suddenly he turned around and called out to his brother. The leader stood next to him, ready to attack with magic. Myung-hun, still not seeing the enemy, turned to his brother and asked if he had found the leader. Suddenly, a red warrior appeared and prevented the attack on Myung-hun. He took the full blow and immediately vanished into thin air. Namgung realized that everything was happening as he had expected. His warriors were too fragile and would not last long. Now he had only 2 soldiers left. Myung-hun got angry and, grabbing his sword, rushed towards the leader. He swung to strike, but the monster put up a magic shield. And then he pushed him hard. The guy dropped his sword and, groaning, flew to the end of the room. Namgung walked up, picked up the sword, and explained that it was a magic shield. While this isn't the most powerful skill, it's still quite rare at this point. Now they need to break the shield with more force. Myung-hun began to rise from the floor, wondering where he could find additional strength. His brother said there was one way. You have to let the sword do all the work. He explained that the sword was a cursed object, possessed by a spirit. And the most important thing now is not to let go of it. Myung-hun's body began to be covered in red fire. The goblin leader, who had been watching what was happening, turned around and shouted something in his own language. All the other goblins fighting the red warriors immediately paid attention to the order. Hearing him, they ran towards their brothers. Namgung took out a silver demon hunter blade. It was well sharpened, but due to its low durability, it broke after the first use. However, it had one advantage. When broken, it generated a random deadly effect. Namgung threw the blade towards the enemy. The blade didn't have time to reach the goblin. It crumbled into small pieces and immediately exploded. A huge flame burned the goblins. Namgung realized that he could no longer win a second for his brother. Now everything depended on him. Myung-hun stood there, trembling all over, his body covered in black fire, and his eyes turned red. A connection was made with the executioner's soul, which was bound to the sword. The executioner's spirit thirsted for blood. After the transformation, Myung-hun took off and flew towards the leader, leaving a red and black trail behind him. He clutched the sword, and his gaze became wild. The leader tried to attack him with magic, but the boy cut the spell with his sword. Then he flew up to the goblin, broke through the magical barrier, and struck the enemy straight in the chest with his sword. He defeated the enemy, and the magic around him began to dissipate. At this time, Namgung was watching the green eye in the sky. His red warriors continued to fight the remaining goblins. When the last goblin was defeated, the darkness in the sky disappeared, and the sun appeared. The goblin leader was defeated. All participants within a 150-meter radius were given a normal reward, and those within 50 meters were given another normal reward. Everyone who contributed to the victory, regardless of distance, was also entitled to a participation reward. A special reward was given to the one who dealt the final blow to the leader. Several chests appeared in front of them. Some were ordinary, others very valuable. Myung-hun was in shock and did not understand what had just happened and where these chests came from. Namgung explained to his brother that he had defeated the main monster, which meant it was time to receive the reward. Inside was a necklace made from a goblin jaw and a trophy goblin jaw, a skull with emeralds instead of eyes. There was also a goblin chieftain's bracelet, crude in appearance, but containing the chieftain's magic. It allowed the use of 5th-level shield magic. Myung-hun looked at the awards with interest and, taking the bracelet, asked his brother if he needed this item and if he could take it. Namgung replied that he didn't need it, but his brother would find it more useful. Then he noticed another item. The chest contained the heart of a rare-ranked goblin lord. When consumed, it granted the ability to cast spells. Namgung explained that if a person does not have the ability for magic, then it will not bring much benefit, and he and his brother are just like that. He suggested that when the next gates of hell opened, they would find a middleman and sell this trinket at a high price. The special reward could only be used by the person who received it. The table asked if he wished to test the subject's predisposition to magic. Namgung was surprised, because in his past life he didn't know about this option. He was too busy hunting demons and thinking about meeting his daughter. But it was strange. Neither he nor his brother had any talent for magic. And suddenly, the object in his hand began to glow, and a magical beam burst out of it, which hit straight into the body of the sleeping Somin. Namgung was amazed that the artifact had chosen this girl. The recommended target was Somin. The level of her magical potential turned out to be legendary, the highest possible. Namgung couldn't believe that Somin had a predisposition for magic. He wondered how he could not know. But of course, he did not know, because after the opening of the gate, he lost her. She was not just talented, her rank was legendary and higher. Even in his past life, he had never encountered such cases. This was definitely surprising. Was his daughter destined to have her hands stained with blood? Myung-hun told his brother that he didn't have to make So-min into a great magician. Even adults have a hard time fighting monsters, but children, no matter what, need to live happier lives. It was at this moment that the girl began to wake up. She opened her eyes, and then she saw her father and uncle in front of her. Myung-hun noticed that the girl had grown up since their last meeting, and suggested that they play airplane with her, just like in the good old days. So-min got up from the floor and said that she was no longer a child. Looking around, she asked what happened here. And I saw many dead bodies of people and goblins, weapons covered in blood. She asked her father if he hadn't promised that they would go through all obstacles together, no matter what it cost them. Isn't that why he told her the whole truth? Namgung just lowered his head and apologized. Suddenly a little boy approached the girl, pulled her sleeve and began to ask for help. He cried and pointed to the side. There lay the dead body of a woman with a knife in her arm. It was his mother. She was killed by monsters. The boy could not calm down. He was crying hysterically. So-min, comforting him, hugged him to calm him down. Myung-hun told his brother that the girl was just like him, just as brave. But Namgung replied that she got it from her mother. He himself is a weakling. Out of fear, he tried to protect the child by locking her in a cage. Myung-hun noted that this was natural, since he was a father. So-min continued to console the boy and offered to take him with her. But Namgung categorically refused. He said that a special shelter would soon appear, and the child would be safer there than with them. The daughter tried to convince him otherwise, saying that the boy had no one left. Namgung responded even more sternly that no means no. However, the girl continued to insist. Being left alone is the worst thing. She knew this from her own experience. After all, her father had already abandoned her when her mother went to heaven. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind Namgung, and the Lord of Snakes came out. He said that he himself had once told him the same thing. The Death Controller dreams of a quiet life. It sounds lame. He praised Namgung for getting rid of the goblin chieftain, because according to the plan, they were supposed to rebuild the citadel and fill the entire city by midnight. But now, everything went wrong. Namgun asked what the point of all this talk was, since it must be beneficial to the Lord when he acts actively. Yor replied that it was indeed beneficial to him, but the top brass was against it. He added that he liked that Namgung was using the dead even before the carnival started. Namgung countered that there was nothing wrong with using the powers available and that they should simply tell the others not to interfere. Yor replied that they were right. You can't act until the figures are placed. It's against the rules. He controlled the souls of patriots by appealing to their sense of duty. Namgung asked, "So what? If it works, then everything was used for the sake of victory." The Lord of Serpents knew that he would answer like that and came to offer a compromise, a life for a life. Since he used perfume, he will have to pay for it. The rules require equal exchange. According to calculations, it is possible to limit oneself to only one life. Yor pointed his finger at the child, at a little boy who was shaking with fear. He added that the boy was of no use to the man anyway, and he suggested killing him now, before he became a burden. The man turned around to look at the child in surprise. At this time, Soman screamed at the Lord, demanding an explanation, and she angrily hit him in the face. She asked who he was to decide who would live and who would die. Yor got angry and called the girl a little rat, and pushed her away with red magic. A bright beam threw her into the wall. It lifted her into the air by the neck, while the girl, covered in blood, coughed. Namgung was already running towards Yoru to stop him, but another red beam flew towards him. Myunghun grabbed the sword and tried to attack as well, but he also failed and flew off from the blow. 3 beams flew out from the body of the Lord of Snakes, holding back those who tried to stop him. Only a small boy remained in front of him, sitting on the floor. Yor told the man that he liked him, but if the child crossed the line, he needed to be re-educated. Namgun tried to stop him, but the Lord decided that calling the dead still required giving 2 lives. He gave a choice, the life of his child or the lives of an unknown boy and brother. The decision lay solely with him, who would die today. At that moment, the goblin leader's heart fell out of Namgung's pocket. It fell to the ground and began to glow. A huge bright beam burst out from the heart and hit Soman. Yor was delighted. He laughed, saying that now everything was getting more interesting. Amgun realized that the Lord knew everything about his daughter's magical potential from the very beginning, and deliberately staged this whole spectacle. He apologized to Soman and said that he wanted to save at least her because he couldn't do otherwise. The girl, who was still being hit by the magic beam, said that her father was not to blame for anything. He won't make the wrong choice in the future. She believes in him. The gentle soul inside the artifact calmed Soman and helped her awaken. The transformation of her magical attribute began. One of the girl's eyes changed color. She acquired mental magic. Her father watched her transformation with amazement. He saw rays of light flash around her. Blue on one side, red on the other. Blue magic swirled around one hand, red magic swirled around the other, and it formed a single purple sphere. Soman screamed that only the Lord of Snakes was to blame for everything, and she shot a huge purple beam at him. You just calmly watched what was happening and didn't even try to dodge. He just smiled mischievously. He waved his hand and the beam dissipated. Yor called the girl a wonderful child. At first he thought that her level was the highest, but soon he realized it was mythical. He released Namgung and his brother from the fight, and said that this child was even more interesting than Namgung himself. The girl tried to activate her power again and ordered the Lord not to move, but she was trembling all over, breathing heavily, and soon fainted. Yor approached her and said that mental magic required too much mana. For a child who had just awakened the power, it was too much. He sat down next to her and began to cast a spell. Namgung immediately became frightened, jumped up, despite his sore arm, and threatened him not to dare touch his daughter. He didn't care who was in front of him, He said he would kill him. The Lord of Snakes responded calmly to make the man relax. As he had no intention of causing harm, he was only trying to help. The man had to thank his daughter. The higher being liked this development of events, and therefore he got away with a lot after what happened. Namgung picked up Somin in his arms. Yor said that from now on, he should remember that he would have to protect his daughter not only from monsters, but also from the higher beings who had taken a fancy to her. Namgung asked ironically if the Lord of Snakes, his patron, was really going to sit idle, and suddenly a red ball appeared next to his foot. Yor explained that this item was a reward for clearing the goblin citadel, namely, the crystal core of the goblin citadel. The higher beings had planned to hand him over after the carnival, but the Lord of Snakes had grabbed him beforehand. In the end, his patron turned out to be not so bad. He added that he would continue to watch the man, and that it was better for him to stay alive for the sake of the Overlord's victory. Then a portal opened, and Yor disappeared, leaving father and daughter alone. Somin woke up some time later in the back seat of the car. She immediately jumped up and asked what happened, because she remembered how she fought with the Lord of Snakes. Myung-hoon told her that she had simply overdone it and passed out. The girl immediately asked what had happened to the baby. The man explained that her father took him to a shelter in Daejeon. Sumin rushed at her father with reproaches, because she asked him to take the boy with her. But the man replied that he would be much safer in the shelter than near them. A soldier named Jin Soo-hyuk, who makes the shelter the safest place in South Korea, took the child under his protection. Namgung said that he had known this man for a long time and trusted him completely. His daughter should not worry. The boy was in good hands. Somin asked if the shelter was so safe. Then where were they heading? The man explained that they were going to Seoul. After the first gate of hell closed, the so-called dungeons would begin to open in Seoul. If they want to prevent the coming disaster, they need the rewards from these dungeons. Myung-hoon noticed that his brother was behaving just like a prophet chosen by the gods. He asked what they should do now. Namgung replied that it was nothing special. They just needed to become stronger. They were driving in a car along a destroyed road where overturned and wrecked cars were strewn everywhere. The radio broadcast breaking news. Rail service was suspended due to damaged tracks, and the expressway was closed due to destruction. Myung-hoon noticed that it would be difficult to drive on the highway. It was okay for him. He was a strong man. But they had a girl with them. He suggested that they take the main road. But suddenly a goblin fell into the windshield of their car, leaving a huge crack. While they were trying to figure out what was going on, Somin was immediately asked if she was okay. Namgung got out of the car to check if there were any more goblins hiding nearby. And at that moment, something flew past him and slightly scratched his face. It turned out that this weapon killed the goblin standing right behind him. The arrow was shot by a schoolboy in a tracksuit. He was holding a bow and had just saved a man. The guy immediately apologized, explaining that the monsters suddenly ran at him, and he only wanted to help. Namgung ordered him to lower his bow first and then continue the conversation. He asked the guy if he had really killed all those goblins. Myung-hoon also got out of the car and noticed his accuracy. He hit only vital points. An ordinary civilian killed 5 monsters with just a bow. Namgung wondered why he didn't remember anything about this young man from his past life. He asked his name and he replied that his name was Jong Kyung-in. Myung-hoon asked him what he was doing in the middle of all this chaos, since the TV clearly said to stay home. The guy replied that he needed to see everything with his own eyes. His father remained in the city hospital, and he could not contact him. Namgung understood why he hadn't met him in his previous life. Even a mage like Somin, with a legendary rank, couldn't survive back then, let alone this boy. He advised the young man to go home, since he would hardly get there alive on his bike. But the boy began to beg for a ride to Seoul. He promised to repay for it. This interested Namgung. The guy held out a purple diamond, saying he didn't know what it was, but it appeared after killing monsters. Myung-hun was amazed, because he and his brother were not interested in any trinkets. Namgung immediately stopped him, asking if the artifact really appeared after the goblins were killed. The man was very surprised, because this object should not have appeared yet, and now they were all riding together in the car. The man asked the boy if he was lying, but he confidently replied that he was telling the truth. The item had indeed fallen out of the goblin. Namgung held the crystal in his hands and studied it carefully. It turned out to be a rune of agility. There were two ways to gain power during the carnival. You could either develop a gift or upgrade your statistics. A low-rank rune of agility would slightly increase this stat when used. A gift is a special talent given at birth, but remaining dormant. And a statistical indicator is something that anyone can get if they work on it. Runes were unique items that could instantly increase such stats. Naturally, runes were in great demand, but the chances of getting even one were minimal. However, the chance is never zero, so it is quite possible that it actually fell from the goblin. But Namgung began to suspect that this was not just luck. He could not believe his guess and asked the boy where he learned archery. He replied that his father was a national archery champion, and it was he who taught him. Now his father is bedridden because of one incident. Then everyone understood. He was the son of the Olympian Jong Tai-ho. In his past life, this man was a master of runes. He possessed an extremely rare gift, which he shared with only one girl, Anna Lian. Resistance groups around the world competed to recruit him. But Jong Tai-ho remained comatose for 7 years after the accident. Many tried to bring him back to life. Saint Era, one of the 8 battle stars, spent a huge amount of money to make a special healing elixir. However, despite her rank, she was quite vicious and vengeful, eventually killing Jong Tai-ho for refusing to join their group. Namgung decided that this time it would be different. Myung-hun asked his brother where they should go, to the hospital or somewhere else first. Namgung replied that they needed to stop somewhere first. Jong Kyungin didn't trust the adults. They had promised to take him to his father. But what if they were late and something happened to his father? Namgung tried to calm him down, assuring him that nothing bad would happen and that there was no need to worry. Given the situation in Korea, authorities carried out a massive rescue operation using all available forces, including the army and firefighters. In times like these, medical facilities became a priority. And in Namgung's opinion, the hospital was now even safer than the roads they were driving on. Kyungin asked what exactly Namgung meant. The man replied that they could heal his father with an elixir. Its production requires 400,000 heads. It is almost impossible to collect such a sum quickly. But they were lucky, because they were just heading to the dungeon. Somin explained that her dad is living for the 2nd time, and therefore knows a lot. If the guy listens to him, he will definitely succeed. Kenan was still hesitant. Even if they did collect the required number of heads, where would they even be able to buy the elixir? Namgung replied that he would soon find out everything himself. Suddenly, one of the machine's timers ran out, and a powerful explosion occurred. Everyone was in shock and couldn't understand what had happened. Namgung said that this is exactly what he expected. A monster appeared from behind a mountain of destroyed cars. People leaned out of their cars, not understanding what was happening. The monster laughed and said that he would be brief, so everyone should listen to him carefully. From that moment on, they became participants in the carnival, and its organizers, the phases, would recruit prophets from among them. Nobody understood who he was. Someone started shouting at him to get out. Then the monster became angry and screamed, demanding silence. He used the Yakshi roar and several nearby cars were blown away by the shock wave. A deep furrow, scorched by the flames, remained on the asphalt. The monster asked if they didn't know that interrupting was impolite. He explained that all the necessary information would be automatically implanted into their consciousness, so there would be no detailed explanations. Formally, he only had to announce the rules of the carnival. But suddenly, he turned towards one of the cars, hearing a signal, and could not understand who dared to interrupt him. Namgung got out of the car and said it was him. He added that the monster should be shorter. The monster immediately recognized this man. Myung-hun asked his brother if this was the same Yaksha he had told him about, since he looked much stronger than the goblins. The monster came down and indignantly asked how he could even be compared to goblins. What an ill-mannered person! He put his hand on Namgung's shoulder and asked how he knew that the monster would appear here, and whether it would be better to move their conversation to a more secluded place. There were too many onlookers here. Namgung said he would keep it short. The monster should turn out his pockets, including the bag with the heart. Kyoryo didn't understand why this was happening all of a sudden. They hadn't even signed a contract. Namgung asked if he would rather give him the elixir. The monster replied that the elixir was worth 400,000 heads, and Namgung didn't have nearly that amount. Kyoryo stated that he could not do this. Breaking the rules would put him at risk, considering that the carnival had already begun. Kyungin asked Myung-hun why his brother was talking so easily to this monster. Myung-hun replied that his brother was living his second life, and even if he did things that seemed strange at first glance, for him it was already normal. They watched as the monster and the man negotiated something, and they were glad when they realized that the conversation was over. Somin asked her father what they had been talking about for so long. He replied that it was nothing special. They had just been haggling. He bought some survival items that they would need if they wanted to survive in Seoul. Kenan grabbed his head and began to speak. Suddenly information about the Yaksha group, armor, dungeons, and everything related to the carnival popped up in his mind. Namgung explained that the Yaksha they saw earlier was the one who was implanting the basic information about the carnival into people's consciousness. It was his job to organize the grand opening. The guy couldn't believe that all this was happening in reality. It turned out that a second life was also possible. Myung-hun asked if they were really going to leave the car right there. The man replied that he would be the one driving it. Then Myung-hun asked if it was possible to enter the dungeon by car, but his brother replied that no, he was heading to Sinchon, because the exit from the dungeon was located there. They would meet once Namgung completed the mission. Myung-hun was shocked that his brother intended to take the children with him, but left an adult aside. But a large-scale battle was also to take place in Sinchon. A time of troubles was coming. He should have already realized that after the gates of hell appeared, a fixed number of monsters would be released. Even if the gates are closed quickly, the monsters will still descend upon the city. This phenomenon is called the time of troubles. Myung-hun said that he was leaving. Even if they closed the gate, people were still in danger. Namgung confirmed that this is why he is heading there. He will need to protect the civilian population. This information made Myung-hun very happy. He told his brother to leave the matter to him because he knew that he had a plan for him. Although losses among the city's population were inevitable, he did not want to miss the opportunity to score many goals at once. This was a chance to buy the elixir and gain the trust of the rune master, Jong Tai-ho. They will try to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible and immediately join Myung-hun. After that, Namgung called the children to follow him. Kenan was a master of the bow, hitting the monsters' heads with arrows. Sumin defended herself at this time using her magic. The guy noticed that the reality he was used to had disappeared, and he was actually seeing witchcraft. The girl asked her father why he didn't tell her right away that zombies were waiting for them in the dungeon. It was just like in the TV series The Walking Dead. Kyunin was surprised by how calmly she spoke about zombies. She replied that zombies didn't scare her. They were walking memes. In fact, she had played so many games with them that she had gotten used to them. The guy admitted that he knows some popular games, but he is not very good at them. Soman replied that she had a talent for them. She could count on her fingers those who were better than her. Only one flame came to mind. Such dungeons, in her opinion, were too simple. Namgung warned her not to overdo it, otherwise she might get overloaded like last time. The man cautiously peered around the corner, where he noticed several zombies. He immediately gave the command to the guy, and he immediately understood everything. He fired 3 arrows in a flash, each one hitting its target's head precisely. Namgung was amazed and asked if he was going to become a professional athlete like his father. Kenan replied that he had not, but admitted that with the appearance of the goblins, he had suddenly become an excellent archer, as if he could see the target much closer. The man began to suspect that this was his gift. He thought that the talent would be related to runes, like Zhong Tai Ho's. The guy said he felt like something was changing, but he would tell me later when he was sure. Somin interrupted their conversation because she noticed a chest with a reward at the end of the room. 2 beams appeared in her hands again, and she burned all the zombies, after which she declared that she would go open the chest. Namgung tried to stop her, shouting for her to stop. But the girl didn't hear him. She was distracted by the sound of the explosion. She continued to fight the zombies and ran towards the chest. The man, remembering the past, realized if he remembered everything correctly, then in his past life there was a trap in this place. He ordered Kenan to shoot at the chest. The guy didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately pulled the bow and took aim. There were only a few seconds left before the tragedy. The girl was already reaching for the chest when an arrow suddenly appeared next to her. A powerful explosion thundered in that place. A cloud of dust rose up, and from it appeared the figure of a girl. Her hairstyle changed slightly, and she asked in confusion what had just happened. Namgung walked up to her, glad that she was safe. It really was a dungeon trap. Thanks to the guy, she avoided a direct hit. If she had opened the chest, she would have died instantly. Kenan was shocked. Such things should be warned about in advance. The girl was upset that it turned out to be a dummy, but the father pointed out that there was still a reward. A golden key lay at his feet. He explained that it was the key to the boss's room, and now they stood in front of huge metal doors. Namgung explained that the king of ghouls was behind them. The children looked at him in surprise. At this time, Myung-hoon was sitting in the car and was shocked by the amount of traffic jams. But it was his brother's car, so he couldn't just abandon it. An announcement was made by the Central Bureau of Emergency Management. All civilians were to immediately evacuate to the nearest equipped shelters. Myung-hoon looked out of the car and was amazed. It had already started. Some of the clouds in the sky turned yellow-brown, and a huge hole appeared. People fled in panic. Troubled times had arrived. Meanwhile, Namgung and his allies opened the doors, behind which they were met by several large monsters. They entered the tomb of the Ghoul King. Before opening the doors, the man explained that not only the king was waiting for them in this room, there were 4 more elite zombies with him. Everyone realized that the zombies wouldn't go down with one blow. However, as long as they worked together, they had a chance to deal with each one in turn. Namgung explained that the Ghoul King would endlessly resurrect the zombies. In other words, unless all 4 were destroyed at once, the king would not be able to be scratched. Somin reminded her father that he had bought something from the Yaksha, perhaps something that could be used in the dungeon. And indeed, he took the pendant of the paladin Raoul. With its help, you can slow down the resurrection of zombies. However, suppressing the resurrection of all 4 at the same time is no easy task. Meanwhile, fighting was going on in the city. The first line of defense had been broken through. The second was under threat. The captain demanded that air support be urgently requested. The military has already checked the hot spot with thermal imagers. There were no civilians there. They knew perfectly well that the goblin invasion was starting from this area. If they didn't strike now, the situation would get out of control. The damage could have exceeded that caused by opening the gates of hell. However, he was reminded that even if there were no survivors, the media would certainly raise a fuss, blaming the military for the destruction of the city. Public opinion also cannot be ignored. The captain was shocked. Were they really ready to sacrifice them for the sake of preserving their reputation? Another soldier reported that a civilian vehicle was approaching them. The captain was shocked. How could they not understand where they were? He ordered the car to be escorted away from here as quickly as possible. But the driver wasn't going to stop. It was Myung-hun. He was driving and fighting off the goblins. The military decided that the driver was crazy, and in the dungeon, Namgung stood in the passage of the room with his red warriors. Somin activated her magical power and prepared for battle. She fired 2 beams, and they tore off the arms of one of the monsters. He immediately grew one of his limbs and began attacking the guy. He got hit hard and was in shock. He just wanted to go to the hospital. He immediately fired an arrow charged with magical power. It hit the monster right in the head. The red warriors attacked from both sides, and the monster fell. Namgung used the new amulet and ordered his comrades to quickly finish off the remaining 3 monsters. Kennen and Somin have already worked together as a single unit, using all your weapons. When the monsters fell, Namgung used the magic amulet again. The king of the ghouls watched what was happening. He sat on the throne and whispered something in an incomprehensible language. The guy didn't understand what was happening. If he had just been watching all this time, then why did he start muttering now? Surprisingly, Somin began to understand his speech. Perhaps this was due to the connection with Sua's spirit. If her mother's soul had interfered with the awakening process, it could explain the newfound magical power. Although it was only a theory, the man had never seen anything like it in his past life. He asked his daughter to translate immediately if the king started to say something. Meanwhile, the monsters began to revive. The severed limbs grew back. The previously defeated ghouls rose up as if nothing had happened, and again attacked people. Namgung realized that one pendant was not enough. They couldn't cope. He hadn't tried it in his past life, but now he had no other choice. He asked Somin to charge the pendant with her magic. He wanted to use it as a mirror to redirect the magic blast and blow away all the monsters in one blow. However, one of the monsters tried to attack to thwart his plan. The red warriors continued to fight, trying to protect Namgung. Somin, all in tears, stretched out her hands. She did not understand how to accurately hit the amulet. At that moment, Kennen fired an arrow and hit 2 monsters' heads at once. Namgung shouted that they were doing well, put out the pendant, and gave Somin the command to act. But the girl didn't have time to do anything. The monster hit the man's hand. The pendant flew out of his hand, fell to the floor, hit the ground, and broke. The fragments scattered across the stone floor. The remaining monsters killed the red warriors. The king of ghouls sat down, clearly pleased, said something and laughed. Somin couldn't believe it was the end. The wounded monsters surrounded Namgung, preparing to finish him off. But the man said it wasn't over yet. He had 2 shards in his hands. They cut his palms, but that was only the beginning. All the monsters immediately rushed towards the man. He held the shards between his fingers, sharp sides facing out. Despite his bloody hands, he threw the fragments at the monsters' bodies. One of them attacked from the side, but he parried the blow with his hand. And without wasting any time, he shouted at his daughter to activate her power. Somin immediately stretched out her hands, and beams burst out from them. Red and blue energies attacked the enemies mercilessly. The Ghoul King rose from his throne in amazement. Namgung came closer and made it clear that it was his turn now. A monster, having just recovered, rushed towards him. But behind the man's back appeared a red warrior, who had previously been given the command to act. The warrior immediately attacked and cut off the monster's head. The Ghoul King was shocked, but continued to shout something in his own language. At that moment, a weapon created by the red warrior pierced his forehead. It was Namgung's second warrior who dealt the decisive blow. The king's chest began to move. and suddenly the ribs broke through the skin, lengthened and wounded the man. A deep wound appeared on his chest, from which blood oozed. Somin and Kunin immediately ran up to him, concerned about his condition. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers approached the car driven by the psycho and recognized him as Myung-hun. He asked what he was doing there, and Myung-hun recognized him as Hojun. He said that he was the kind of hero who showed up when needed and that the captain would be arriving soon. Hojun clarified whether he meant Captain Nam. They were to hold their position until he arrived. However, by law, they did not have the right to issue personal weapons to civilians. But the guy replied that he didn't need it. He had something more interesting. A red sword appeared in his hands. The soldier was shocked to see him pull a weapon out of thin air. He couldn't believe that Myung-hun was going to fight monsters that even bullets couldn't take. Myung-hun already knew the information about the gates of hell and the Yakshas, something that had been implanted into his mind. He explained that normal weapons were of no use here. Only magical items could be effective. And he got Hojun an ogre tonfa made from ogre bones. Myung-hun assured that Hojun could handle it. He bought a weapon with all the reward he received and asked to take care of it like his own bride. Hojun, without thinking, threw away the gun, and he was already standing next to his partner, holding a new weapon in his hands. Meanwhile, Somin reached out to her wounded father, but Kenan put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to interfere. He believed that now only he himself could help. His eyes glowed yellow and he used the power of vision. The Ghoul King destroyed one of the red warriors and looked towards the group. Suddenly a bright beam pierced his chest. Namgung noticed that the guy wasn't shooting at random. His chest was indeed his weak spot. He didn't believe that everything could be so simple. The guy told Somin to hit the monster's hands, and she didn't understand the sudden change of plan, but still activated her power. The guy's next arrow hit the monster in the shoulder. Namgung couldn't understand why he was aiming at his hands and not his head. With his skills, it was unlikely to be a miss. Kunin instructed Somin to continue, but try not to hit the head. 2 beams flew towards the king, but he blocked them. The girl was amazed that the monster was able to reflect her magic. After this, the king jumped towards her. Kenan didn't hesitate and shot him straight in the chest. The Ghoul King fell to the floor, steam pouring out of his body as he began to slowly dissolve. Glowing hieroglyphs appeared in the air. Namgung was shocked. The guy killed the king not with ordinary arrows, not even using an amulet. He asked him how he managed to do it. The guy replied that he saw glowing spots on the bodies of his enemies. Hitting them consecutively will destroy them and reward you with runes. Not all monsters have such places glowing. He wanted to tell about it earlier, but he wasn't completely sure. Now he called it vision and said that it works 100% if the target is glowing. Usually, killing a Ghoul King wouldn't reward such runes, and Namgung was surprised. He wondered if it was really the boy's ability or just luck. In the case of the first option, combining it with the rune master Chan Taiho could develop extremely useful skills. At that moment, Somin noticed another treasure chest and asked if it was real. The team opened the chest, from which a blue glow shone. This was the reward for the entire group. Namgung was genuinely happy. After all, this was a real jackpot. They received the silver of the Ghoul King, the equivalent of 1,500 heads. It could be exchanged for a head and a broker, and also exchanged with other recipients of the reward. In addition, they were given the gold of the Ghoul King, the equivalent of 15,000 heads. They also received the Ghoul King's aura gloves, which could be exchanged with other participants. The gloves had a magical rank, increased concentration, but had an unpleasant smell. Namgung explained that concentration is not only precision, but also the basis of everything, from creating magical items to controlling magic. And smell can be dealt with. Kenan, hearing this, decided to try on the gloves, but after putting them on, he felt sick and began to vomit. The man specified that the smell would disappear in about 3 years, They needed to move on, because the main reward was waiting for them ahead. They had the old keys of the Ghoul King, one for each. These keys could open the treasury of the Ghoul King. If you use a special scroll in it, the dungeon will open. Once they get down there, they may find themselves separated, and it shouldn't be surprising if someone ends up alone. Somin was warned that if she chose one of the doors, there would be no return. Kenan asked which door to choose, but the man admitted that he had not passed this place in his past life and did not know. He only knew that someone who had cleared the place had received the crown of Kundal, an artifact for necromancers. It was unlikely to be of any use to them. Hyungin was surprised that Namgung, being a person living for the second time, still didn't know a lot of things. The man replied that this was their first serious dungeon, so they shouldn't get hung up on the choice. Besides, their brother was waiting for them, and they needed to hurry. He entered the right room. It was huge and much more interesting than the gates of yore. After all, it was the king's treasury. Suddenly, one of the doors caught his attention. Each of them had only a title, no description. He remembered Mornyu's spiked blade from his past life. They were the twin blades used by the Japanese demon hunter Shinomiya. He doesn't need them now. He walked further and noticed another door, the Book of Balance. Previously, there were only rumors about her, and he did not believe that she could be obtained so easily. He opened the door, walked inside, took a couple of steps, and immediately saw a purple aura. In front of him was a stone block, above which a book was hovering and glowing. It was the Book of Balance, written by a strange mage named Balance in his youth. It allowed one to exchange one item for another at random. Meanwhile, his comrades were already sitting in place and discussing the items they had received. The man appeared from the portal, and everyone rejoiced at his return. He asked if they had made a good choice. Koenin replied that the information was too vague to know if they had made the right choice. Somin showed the bracelet on her hand. When its magical healing effect was activated, her magical power gradually increased. It was a good choice. The boy took out a sword from his bosom and showed it. Namgung asked why he chose a sword and not a bow. Wasn't there one? The guy replied that the sword had too cool a name. The man asked if he knew how to handle a sword at all. He admitted that he didn't, but the sword looked incredibly cool. These words greatly upset Namgung. Meanwhile, the military fought with the goblins. Myunghun also swung his sword and cut the monsters in half. He and his partner stood with their backs to each other, surrounded by monsters. Hojun said that the tonfa was really cool, but there were only two of them, and the monsters kept coming. Myunghun joked, asking if he was already tired and where their platoon's endurance champion had gone. The man was amazed that he still had the strength to joke, but there was no point in relaxing. The goblins were advancing. Their troops were at their limit and they had to retreat. Myunghun asked what would happen to the city if they left. He suggested killing at least one more monster. But suddenly a blade with a purple tip flew towards Hojun. Myunghun managed to push him, but the sword cut right into his back. The blade was coated with a paralyzing poison, and his body began to go numb. He fell to the ground as his muscles seized up. The soldier said that they needed to retreat immediately and try to provide assistance. But Myunghun said it was okay, just a slight tingling sensation. It was goblin poison, the composition of which was unknown, so it urgently needed to be examined. If they did not retreat, the city would fall, and the goblins would scatter all over Seoul. Myunghun took his comrade's hand and urged him to continue fighting. Despite his fatigue, he asked not to be just a soldier. And who he really is Kang Hojun. The man gripped the weapon tightly in his hands, and, having gained strength, he began to transform into an ogre with full readiness in order to continue the fight with the goblins. In an interview, the eyewitness was asked what he saw. The man replied that the stranger was too fierce to be called human. Indeed, he hardly was, since he tore goblins apart with his bare hands like sheets of paper. Does he really mean to say that a human fought all those monsters alone? The man clarified that he was not alone. There was another man with him with a giant sword. Everyone thought that they could be prophets. The news said that yesterday at a press conference with the British actor Alec, it was said that prophets are coming who are destined to save the earth. However, the man himself did not know what to think about this. He would not call these people rescuers. They were more like destroyers who acted of their own free will. The other soldiers tried to fight off the goblins but were overwhelmed. They were killed one by one. Suddenly, one goblin with a flower on his head turned around, hearing a strange sound. Hojun, who was several times larger than him, stood with a weapon and burning eyes. The goblin was in shock and did not understand who was in front of him. Suddenly, a huge goblin appeared in front of the little goblin and told him to leave this battle to him. The monster with the flower tried to stop him, but the thug told him to hurry up and leave. Myung-hun realized that this was another chieftain. Although he was smaller than the one they had faced before, his comrade would still not be able to fight alone. There was a huge goblin standing in front of the man, and he was surprised by its size. His eyes were glowing red and steam was coming out of his mouth. Without wasting any time, the monster struck with his fist. But the man covered himself with a weapon and noticed that the blow was weak. He promised that his blow would be stronger. He swung his tonfa and hit the monster's chest. The goblin screamed and couldn't understand how a human could be so strong. Kang Hojun, callsign ogre, had a natural ability to control his breathing. Using this feature, he could minimize the blood flow to the brain to save the oxygen needed for its functioning. The adult human brain consumes about 20% of the oxygen supplied through the respiratory system, an average of 600 milliliters per minute, and also requires significant amounts of glucose. By using high-quality oxygen to work his muscles instead of his brain, he sacrificed some brain function. While gaining superhuman strength and increased muscle fiber regeneration, this was the ogre regime. The goblin realized that in front of him was not an ordinary person, but a real monster. After this, a small goblin with a flower ran up to the man and wounded him with a knife. The huge ogre was shocked because he told him to leave. But the goblin turned around, grinned, and said that the giant was dear to him. This touched him, and he almost cried. The last thing he saw was a bloody flower flying off the goblin's head. This made him very angry. He rose from the floor, his eyes burning brighter, and he punched Hojun in the face. The man flew back and fell to the ground. The goblin rose into the air and was about to step on him. He jumped with force, kicked the man in the chest with his heel. He screamed, coughed, and blood came out of his mouth. The ogre mode had only one drawback. Due to the limited blood supply to the brain, it was impossible to use it in combat for long. Typically, a person dies within a few seconds after the blood supply to the brain is cut off. Ogre mode doesn't block the feed completely, so he can last a little over 5 minutes, but his remaining time was only 1 minute. Myung-hun got into his car, turned on the headlights, and drove straight towards the huge goblin. He knocked him down, then got out of the car and asked his friend if he was okay. Suddenly, there was an explosion from behind. The car was damaged in an important part and therefore exploded. A goblin emerged from the fire, almost unharmed, with tears glistening in his eyes. Hojun couldn't understand why the monster was crying and was surprised. Could it be because of the flower's death? He told him to stop blaming others. After all, civilians and soldiers didn't die because of the goblins. But why is he still angry? In fact, anger was now filling Hojun himself. There were only 7 seconds left. The goblin ran towards the man, calling him in his own language the flower killer. Hojun also rushed towards him with a scream before the time ran out. A shocked Myung-hun watched this. The man and the monster came face to face, ready to strike. There was 1 last second left. The man managed to attack first. The goblin fell to the ground with a huge hole in his chest, and Hojun himself lost consciousness and dropped his tonfas. Myung-hoon said he was completely exhausted. His companion agreed that he couldn't get up either. At this point, more and more goblins began to approach them. They realized that they would probably die here, but they felt that they had done enough. Myung-hoon remembered that in stories, heroes die young, and this life was not bad. Suddenly it started snowing around him. He didn't understand what that sound was. All the goblins nearby were suddenly frozen in ice and unable to move. Someone came up and told Myung-hoon that he did a good job and said hello to Hojun. It was Namgung. He stood there with a new sword and said that he would take care of the rest, and that they should rest for now. In just a few seconds, almost the entire goblin army was frozen. After this, Somin used her mental power and destroyed the remaining goblins. They stood by the road and seemed to have dealt with all their opponents. Compared to the ghoul king, these goblins seemed almost harmless. Myung-hoon wondered how they all got here without a car. Then he realized that they had come from Sinchon Station, a place that should have been infested with goblins. It meant that they had wiped them all out. The man gave his brother a thumbs up, indicating that everything had happened as he expected. Hyungin asked if they could go to their father now, and Namgung answered yes. However, the boy noticed that someone told him that even with the reward from the dungeon, they would not be able to afford the elixir, since they did not have anywhere near 400,000 heads. Namgung clarified that he never said that they would get 400,000 heads from the dungeon. Somin interrupted the conversation and asked what reward he had chosen for himself in the dungeon. The man showed the Book of Balance, written by the strange magician Balance in his youth. This book could exchange one item for a random other. Myung-hoon realized that he had to insert some object into it to get another one. It sounded like some kind of roulette. The man decided that it was impossible to put items higher than the common rank there, and decided to test how it worked. He fed the book an unnecessary item, a rare rank pendant. The Book of Balance immediately began to glow with a bright purple light and tremble. It has now become a rare rank Great Book of Balance, a reimagined version of the original. Everyone was amazed that by putting an item there, they could get something of a higher rank. The only item of the highest rank they had was the sword in the man's hands. After much thought, his brother took the sword and fed it to the book. The result was a sword called Repentant Tanya, with an epic rank. This sword was no longer possessed, and due to its high rank, it could choose its own owner. It absorbed the blood of its host, generating mental and weapon energy, and also gave a small chance to gain control over the defeated monster. Myung-hoon noticed that the sword was perfect for his brother, who uses necromancy, but he didn't have a suitable weapon before. In any case, the executioner's sword now belonged to Namgung, and it became clear what weapon he should use. Namgung handed the man another sword, the same one he had used to freeze all the goblins. The man wanted to try it out. Hyonin knew this would happen, so he chose it very carefully. And it wasn't because of the name or appearance, because he didn't know anything about swords. At this point, another guy interrupted them and asked about 400,000 heads to buy the elixir. Namgung explained that he had destroyed all the goblins in the subway at Sinchon Station and had earned the title of Goblin King. This gave him access to the vault. From the vault, he took out 550,000 heads, more than enough to buy the elixir he needed. Kenan took the bag and said that everything had happened exactly as he expected. It was amazing. Since the situation was more or less resolved, Namgung sent Hojun and Myung-hoon to a press conference. The situation was under control. The reporters would soon be arriving, and everything would go according to plan. The other prophets were not yet allowed to know about Namgung's existence. The men showed themselves well in battle, so it won't be difficult for them to deal with reporters. All they had to do was pretend to be prophets and give interviews. Myung-hoon understood why his brother had sent him to the city first, to look like a prophet. Everything was happening exactly as planned. Hojun and Myung-hoon were in the spotlight, Everything went according to plan. The man left, saying that he was counting on them. They gave a military salute and promised to deal with the reporters. Meanwhile, Namgung and the children went to the hospital. They stood in the corridor. The man said that something was wrong. Even if a few goblins had gotten into the hospital, everything should have been calm after the army and police showed up. Hyunin said that her father was in intensive care, and they needed to hurry. He led his comrades, and together they ran in the right direction. Suddenly, Namgung heard a voice calling for help. As he got closer, he saw a trembling girl begging to be saved. The man asked if she was okay and what had happened. The girl said that suspicious people broke into the hospital, created chaos, started killing and taking heads. There was a dead guard lying nearby. Namgung realized that all this time there were not goblins in the hospital, but people. The girl extended her hand, asking to help her up, saying that the attackers might return. Namgung also extended his hand, assuring her that she didn't need to apologize. And with a sharp movement, he lifted her from the floor. At this time, Hyunin and Somin were walking through the hospital. Somin suddenly heard a strange sound. The boy said he hadn't heard anything. The girl said her father had disappeared too, and she didn't understand where he could have gone. Kenan noted that this was already the man's second life, and perhaps he remembered something important and left in a hurry. He suggested checking her father's condition first. Somin decided that she couldn't leave her new friend because he was weaker than her, and went with him. Namgung held the girl's hand and then noticed a ring with a thorn on her finger. She screamed in pain and asked what he was doing. He recognized the sting. It was a shaken needle. Not as strong as the poisonous scarlet wasp needle, but quite effective against humans. He realized that the culprit of the disorder in the hospital was obvious. The girl took out a knife and swung it at him, but he managed to dodge it. She managed to fool everyone else. He understood everything thanks to the rune of loyalty that he received in the dungeon. The girl was surprised that the runes began to appear so early. According to Yaksha, these were rare items. However, according to her, this is even for the best. Since he was already in the dungeon, he should have other valuable rewards. She even felt a little sorry, because his face was to her taste, and she would have gladly taken it with her. Namgung replied that he was sorry too, because his only taste was his wife, so he was not interested in this girl. He told her to disappear. She was angry. Didn't he understand what she just said? The girl rushed at him with a knife, declaring that he would not leave here alive. The girl almost hit the man in the face, but Namgung dodged and intercepted her hand. Then, grabbing her with his other hand, he threw her over himself and tossed her to the other end of the room. The girl ended up on the floor. She even thought at first that he would be special, but she realized that he was really going to be so boring, and this upset her a little. Namgung could have dealt with her quickly and easily, but he had to keep his public image in mind. Even if she is a disgusting person, killing her would attract unnecessary attention. He could be watched, but he still activated his red sword. The girl was very surprised to see this weapon. She could not understand where he got it from. After all, such a weapon cannot be simply bought, even if you destroy a lot of goblins. The man decided that there were only 2 of them here, so he could safely eliminate the girl. It would be painless, and she should not worry. He quickly approached her and struck with his sword. The sword cut her knife in 2. In a world engulfed in apocalypse, Jay's son was like a newborn lion cub, with an innate talent that could make her the queen of the beasts. A wild animal, biding its time. Like any other mammal, a newborn baby is full of curiosity, especially the sporting interest of a predator. The thrill of chasing various creatures is like testing your own strength. Everything changes at the moment of encounter with a feeling that is completely different from curiosity. This is fear, a feeling unknown until now. It dulls even the most primitive instincts. It is a force that goes beyond physics and authority. The lion cub, who had previously been boldly hunting on other people's lands, freezes in place from the overwhelming absolute force. The girl realized that Namgung would get her, even if she blocked the blow. Even if she tries to dodge, she will die. In a desperate attempt to survive, her body moved on its own. The man in front of her was a real tyrant. She tried to run away, but fell to the floor, not understanding where such a person came from. She had the misfortune to run into this psycho. But suddenly, she closed her eyes and cried, realizing that this was her end. Suddenly, Somin came out from around the corner and saw her father standing with a sword. Kenan also peeked around the corner and said that they found their father. He's fine, but they don't have the elixir, so we need to hurry. While the girl lay on the floor and begged the man not to kill her, Somin asked her father what he was doing. The man had previously told Namgung that even if he returned to the past, he should not kill left and right. Killing people would only bring enemies upon him. Hell, where people kill each other, should not become the norm. If even the highest beings do not want to see the world like this, then it is precisely on them that his wrath should be directed. The punisher of the gods, Namgung, is the one who will put an end to their insane rule. But he is not a murderer. He had just nearly killed a man in front of his own daughter. His old friends were definitely right. He explained to his daughter that the woman had carried out the massacre for the sake of the heads, and he had merely frightened her so that it would not happen again. The man said that if she was caught again, he would definitely kill her. The girl was shaking all over, said that she understood everything, and began to crawl back. Her ankle was broken from the energy of the sword. Kyungin called Namgung to go quickly to her father. He replied that he was already on his way, but before leaving he asked the girl's name. She replied that her name was Jae Suna. The man said that he remembered her. Then they all went into the intensive care unit together and greeted the lying Jong Tai-ho. The man lay with his eyes closed and said nothing. Namgung removed his oxygen mask and apologized. He took out a jar of rainbow elixir and poured it into his mouth. The UK's Emergency Response and Management Center was buzzing with activity. The girl approached Alec and asked if he had already seen that very popular video on YouTube. If this is not fake, then 2 more incredible people have appeared in Korea. Suddenly, another person appeared and said that the soldier Hojun was very good, while mixing 2 languages while speaking. The girl asked if he had seen the weapon he had used. Even with the information about the heads, it was hard to believe what was happening. And his partner's weapon is not something that can be found in every pocket. The items are different for each prophet and region, or so they are told. But this item was clearly rare, and all this was happening for a reason. He could very well be a prophet, like Alec. No one could know for sure, but even so, he was more inclined to believe that the prophet was the man standing next to him, rather than Hojun himself. If he is a prophet like Alec, then it makes sense why he uses specialized weapons. If they wanted this man, they needed to meet Hojun as soon as possible. He was the center of attention right now, but they had planned things a little differently. Alec said he knew they were the focus. He was the only one who could be the savior. He would try to recruit them, and he'd better do it before they defected to another prophet. The girl asked what would happen if they refused. Alec, with a smile on his face, replied that their limbs would be cut off. Namgung, his brother and daughter, stood in front of a huge burning building. It was their home. Myung-hoon was shocked. They had just dealt with the time of troubles, and when they returned home, they saw this. Who would have thought that they would find it in ruins? This is definitely not a goblin thing. Judging by the state of the building, it's likely a yaksha that struck the wrong coordinates. It looks like Curio isn't the only one involved. Yaksha have appeared all over the country. But it's okay. The man had prepared a backup shelter in advance in case of such a development. Myung-hoon asked when he had time to prepare it. It turns out he took care of it before the apocalypse. The man replied that it was kept in case of an attack by North Korean soldiers. They walked through the forest for a long time until they reached a hatch leading down. Soman was shocked that they would have to live here, but at least there was food and other necessities. Namgung said that modern architecture is not well suited to surviving in an apocalypse. If you strengthen the building with the item Yor gave him, it will become safer and more habitable. He had a crystal core, a goblin stronghold, a crystal ball that creates a cave-like shelter that can be upgraded by leveling up. He activated the core, and blue light began to emanate from it. The rays spread throughout the room, turning the modern shelter into something resembling a cave. Logs appeared instead of chairs. The creation of the Goblin Citadel has been completed. Access will be expanded as the rank increases. Namgung said that it will be like this for now, but if he develops the children, this place will become a safe home that will protect them. In his past life, he had never seen such a citadel. Now he understood what it all looked like. Myung-hoon said that his brother was cool, and his daughter asked when they would move out of here. At that moment, Namgung's phone vibrated. He saw that Alec might have already contacted Hojun. He looked through his contacts and decided it was time to put their plan into action. Alec and his friends were sitting on the plane. Suddenly his phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw that an unknown number was calling. The girl next to him asked if it was really that same Hojun calling. The voice on the other end of the line said that the prophet of the Mist Ranger was watching Alec, and he should be careful. This made the man very angry, and he did not understand what had just happened. According to information from a higher being, the Prophet Pathfinder's skill is foresight, the ability to see the future. It's a super powerful ability, but he probably can't use it at will yet. If the call was true, then the Pathfinder Prophet already knows that Alec is heading to Korea. The man told Joanna to reschedule the meeting with Hojun for a later time. Now he must change the future. Namgung thought that Alec could rack his brains as much as he wanted, but he was already in his hands. Myung-hoon climbed out of the hatch and asked who had called him. He replied that Alec had called and asked to change the time and place of the meeting, 3 hours later than planned and in a different block. Namgung replied that he told Alec that Erika Ninagawa was following him. Myung-hoon was surprised that his brother was related to her. The man said that they had no connections in this life, but it was important to make Alec think that she was there. After all, he is cowardly and distrustful, and while he doubts, you can wage a psychological war with him. He also wants to force Erika to show up. Once she sees the future created by their hands, she will go out of her way to show up. Namgung said that he would go out on business and his brother should stick to the plan. Myung-hoon wondered what would happen if the 3 prophets gathered in Korea. But in reality, nothing special would happen. They would simply protect the country. Meanwhile, Alec and his comrades had already arrived at the station. He said that they would stop at the 63rd block and complete their preparations. His friend complained of hunger and asked if they could have a snack. Stomach acid, they said, dissolves even diamonds. Joanna wondered how he knew such things. Hans replied that he had lived in Korea. That was a local saying. Alec agreed that they might have to fight, so eating wasn't a bad idea. He decided to go to a steakhouse. Hans caught a taxi and told them to trust him. He knew a good place. Joanna asked him not to fool around and to focus on the mission. Did he really think that in such a small country, anything had survived Hell's Gate? Everything had to be destroyed. But soon they came across one place that was 40 years old, and it survived. They all sat down at the table. Alec told the girl to eat more slowly. No one would take her food away. But she continued, because it was very tasty. The man twirled some kimchi on his fork, took a bite, and said he didn't like it. Joanna replied that it was a national Korean snack, and he should pay tribute to the culture by eating a full spoonful of galbi soup and washing it down with kimchi. While the girl was shoving kimchi into Alec's mouth, Hans said that they still had time before meeting Hojun. They could take a little walk. Joanna agreed, and asked Hans to take them where he wanted to go. They went into a store selling traditional Korean clothing, where the girl tried on a dress. Afterwards, they went to a small restaurant and ordered chicken legs. At the end of the day, the girl said that Korea is a good country. Despite the Hellgate, the city's infrastructure continues to function. Alec noticed that even the stern Joanna had softened today. She really liked this country. The girl blushed and went ahead, saying that they were late and needed to go faster. In one of the buildings, there was a girl standing near a huge window overlooking the entire city. She was dressed in a kimono and looked out onto the street. Namgung was standing behind her. She turned to him, asking if he was the regressor that her higher creation, the Mist Ranger, had mentioned. It was precisely the man standing behind her. That is, Namgung himself. Alec entered the building and realized that it was extremely difficult to organize an ambush at such a height, and outsiders would not get in. They told him through his headphones that his phone could be tapped and that he could be followed right now. So he hung up and decided to wait for his interlocutors at the appointed place. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. It was Kang Hojun. He had arrived here after the battle and was now meeting with Alec. The man extended his hand, greeting him personally. He was bigger than he looked in the video. In any case, he thanked Alec for coming. Hojun didn't shake his hand. He just walked past and said, "No problem." Alec was surprised. Did this man know about his moon vision ability? A skill that allows one to determine the strength of one's opponent. If he knows this, he may also know about his other abilities, including the fact that he used the Eye of the Sun to find and recruit his allies. If he knows about the existence of Joanna and Hans, then he could well have come here with someone else. However, this is just a guess. It is better to maintain a cooperative attitude for now. Alec noted that he was surprised at how Korea was able to defend its lands when even England, where there was a prophet like him, suffered huge losses. Hojun and his partner did a good job because they were the ones who dealt with those strange creatures in Sinchon. Hojun modestly replied that he was flattered, but that all of this was possible thanks to the quick response of the police, the army, and the citizens who cooperated with them. Alec said he came here specifically to discuss their achievements. If we're talking about that guy, then the weapon Hojun uses was given to him by Myung-hun. The elevator rang as it went up to the 60th floor. The doors opened, and Myung-hun stepped out. Alec realized that everything was exactly as he suspected. He extended his hand and introduced himself. Myung-hun scratched his head and said that he was now a retired soldier, but had previously served in the same unit as Captain Kang. This guy didn't shake his hand either, and now Alec was sure they knew about his abilities. There was no point in denying that his power was revealed. He asked if they had served together. Then it was no wonder that they worked so well together, not to mention an ordinary actor like him. Myung-hun replied that Alec was a world star after all. Thanks to him, news about the prophets quickly spread through the media. If it weren't for him, far fewer people would know about the prophets. Alec wondered if Hojun and Myung-hun were prophets too. Myung-hun replied that he could not reveal all the details, since it was not yet clear whether they were facing an enemy or an ally. Alec laughed and admitted that he was right. Doubt was important for a leader. Myung-hun smiled, noting that these were wise words. He knew that Alec would understand him. After all, he was a generous man. Then he said that Alec also seemed to have his eye on the best places, the St. Mary's Hospital and the Norajan Station. These words surprised Alec greatly. It seemed that this man knew where his comrades were. Even if he was the Pathfinder prophet, his power must be at least partially dormant. The man tried to wriggle out of it by saying that the world was in danger, and, as a prophet, he was obliged to know this. They need to join forces. If he has the power of a prophet, then he himself understands the need. He continued that the effectiveness of modern firearms will soon be reduced to zero. They need to guide humanity. Only they, the prophets, can save the world. That is why he plans to create an international union. He came only to invite them to join and show the strength of his comrades. Hojun looked at him strangely, but said nothing. Myung-hoon replied that he felt like Alec was playing the hero rather than actually trying to save humanity. His slogans are loud, but in reality, he is interested in power. He wants to lead a union that will control all countries. Alec was amazed that the man even understood this. He took out a golden sword that appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The space around became distorted and began to resemble artificial space. Hojun had already called out to his friend and then pushed him so that he wouldn't get hit by the beam attack. However, when falling, that force still hit his face. Now he will have a scar. Alec said, "That's why the prophet's abilities are a real thorn in the side." How do they expect any of the prophets to actually foresee this? If he spares Myung-hoon, he will become an obstacle to his goal. Now he is going to kill him. At the same time, Namgung told the girl that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Erica replied that it seemed like they had known each other in his past life. The man asked how the future he had planned had come to pass. Alec Traman and Choi Myung-hoon had finally met. Myung-hoon had posed as the prophet pathfinder. Now Alec wants him out of the way. His goal is to eliminate the prophet ranger of the mist. However, if he finds out that the Mist Ranger prophet is Erica, he will come and try to kill her. She has no choice but to form an alliance with Namgung before Alec arrives. After all, he is a regressor. He knows the future even without the gift of foresight. It was these thoughts that brought her to Korea. She even had to play by his rules, but she still put aside her pride and came. The girl admitted that she doesn't remember the future the way he does, but she can glimpse it. Namgung took out his phone. Myung-hoon was on a call with a man, and from the receiver, it was heard that Alec was going to kill the prophet pathfinder. This is exactly what Erica saw. As expected, he wants to kill her. Suddenly, a huge figure of a man with glowing red eyes appeared behind Alec. He hit him with his massive fist, and he flew away. Alec stopped the fall with his sword and did not understand when it appeared. The man replied that he didn't need to know that. He only needed to remember one thing. Erica's enemy must die. Alec screamed that the man had deceived him. Myung-hoon replied that he had never promised him anything or claimed to have the ability to foresee. He just threw the bait out, and Alec rather stupidly took it. Alec was furious. He didn't understand what he was talking about. At the same moment, he received a blow to the stomach from a strange man, who told him not to be distracted. A normal person would have died from such a blow. Alec could not understand who Erica was and why she had control over such a monster. So Myung-hoon really isn't a prophet? Or is he a prophet and deceives him by creating an artificial person named Erica? Or maybe these bastards really do serve Erica. The bully asked the man if he had just thought of Erica. He warned him not to dare think about her, and raised his fist again. Alec Traman certainly had good intentions. Many people have ideas for a better world, but few are capable of realizing such ambitions. In this regard, Alec is special. Among the 8 battle stars, the witness of the sun and moon gives the prophet the greatest advantage. At the beginning of the carnival, it is easiest for him to pretend to be a higher being, full of humanity, in order to achieve his goals, and at the same time help people. However, what the witness of the sun and moon really does not want is to see the human world become filled with greed. Everything is done only to satisfy his perverted taste. That's why Alec was chosen. Erica asked Namgung what about him. Was he saying he wasn't the same? As he already knows, her foresight skills are still in a state of truncation, and she cannot see into the distant future. She needs a guarantee that he won't betray her. At the very least, a guarantee that he won't end humanity. The man replied that this was a very narrow-minded question. What she really wanted to know was what would happen in the end if she did not follow the regressor. At this time, Alec fought off the thug, stating that he did not know who Erica was. He then grabbed the sword and struck with a force wave. The sword did not reach the enemy and only cut the column. Alec noticed that the man was quite fast. He replied that he was a natural-born fighter, and an actor like Alec shouldn't even dream of that. Alec asked if he thought he was just playing. He called him pathetic. The man studied martial arts not in Hollywood, but in the SLS organization. Afterwards, he put his sword forward and began to use magic. The SLS organization is a group of hired killers that was disbanded several years ago. Hojun turned to his comrade, saying that the thug needed help. Myung-hoon wondered where he had been looking until now. He was supposed to be watching. Hadn't he seen his fighting spirit? The brute turned around and asked them for help. Myung-hoon didn't hear what he said, and thought he was asking them not to interfere. It was a fight between two men. They decided to let Igor enjoy the fight. He even considered him very cool. After all, he could go down in history as the man who defeated the prophet with his bare hands. But suddenly Igor screamed, calling them half-baked dandies, and demanded help. The men looked at each other and took out their weapons to join the fight. Alec, seeing this, called them dirty bastards. He activated his power and declared that now they would all die. A wave flew towards them, cutting off part of the ton fan, and Igor flew to another part of the room. Alec noticed that Myung-hoon had managed to block the galactic sword. But the sword he had seen him wield in the footage was different. There's no way he could have bought equipment on the level of a sword that a supreme being gives. He couldn't understand who gave Myung-hoon this sword. Erica? Or his own supreme being? If he continues to remain silent, then one person will be enough for interrogation. Myung-hoon cannot fully control Tanyan's sword, as it is only subservient to his brother. He only hides behind his prophetic status, but uses the power of the sword to impress the enemy once again. He called the weapon the Sword of Hell, then the Sword of the Executioner. Red magic swirled around him, his eyes turned black, and red veins appeared on his face. Alec stood there shocked and didn't understand what the hell this was. Red waves of magic immediately flew towards him. He defended himself from them with his galactic sword. But at that very moment, Hojun appeared next to him, who hit him with one tonfa on the chest. He said it looked like the SLS organization was nothing special. Alec stopped the attack and called him a typical stupid military man. But now the question arose. Could he cope with 3 former SLS members? Hojun was surprised to hear about the 3. Joanna appeared behind him and hit him on the neck, and Hans appeared next to Myung-hoon and hit him in the face with his big fist. The 3 of them remained safe and sound, while their enemies lay on the floor. Hans said that everything is fine, and now it is time to retreat. Everyone is ready, so it is time to go. Alec replied that he had one unfinished business left. He had to cut off their heads and present them to the one behind them. Hans pointed at Igor, saying that he knew him. Previously, he worked in Russia for the Association of Assassins called Sunset. Their leader is even stronger and more dangerous. If they kill Igor, they can provoke his appearance. Hans tried to convince him otherwise, but suddenly someone grabbed him roughly by the neck from behind. Joanna was in shock. She would have sworn she hit the guy right on the 3rd vertebra. How was he still alive? Myung-hoon, lying on the floor, laughed. After all, for his comrade this was nothing. Hojun is a real ogre. Joanna was shocked. Did he really have a hidden gift? Myung-hoon replied that he had been like this since birth. Just a machine, a man superior to other people. Hojun lifted Hans very high and then threw him. Joanna turned around, not understanding how he concentrated the blood circulation in his muscles and threw her partner so easily with one hand. She took out her weapon, a whip made from the tail of a 9-tailed fox. Although she can't match him in strength, she has an advantage in technique. She struck with the whip, but the man dodged. Then he grabbed the whip and pulled the girl towards him. She crashed into his hard chest and fell, but a few seconds later she appeared behind him. She jumped on him, grabbed him by the neck, and tried to strangle him. Myung-hun was amazed at how the girl dodged her comrade's crossblow in the blink of an eye. She continued to strangle Hojun. The SLS members were not just trained fighters. She saw through all the ogre's weaknesses and used a chokehold that could instantly cut off the blood flow. Where did Alec get such a talented person? Myung-hun urgently needs to do something. Alec stopped his assistant, saying that he himself would cut this brainless man in half. He raised his sword to strike, but Myung-hun stood up and protected Hojun with his sword. The man was shocked. Was he really going to start talking his nonsense again? Myung-hun laughed and said it was just stubbornness. Alec swung his sword and told him to shut up. He was getting on his nerves. Myung-hun replied that it was not bad, but not enough to break his stubbornness. Alec rushed towards him in a rage, ordering him to stop talking. They both levitated at great speed and fought with swords. Prophet fought prophet. They exchanged only a few blows, but Myung-hun's hand was already shaking. Alec asked mockingly if he could only block blows, and where was his vaunted tenacity? Myung-hun understood. He couldn't resonate with the spirit of the sword 100%. Without the magic and spirits of Namgung? Definitely not. It's a miracle he got this far with a sword that wasn't his to begin with. It was annoying, but he knew he couldn't win now. The only thing he could do was hold on until that moment his brother had spoken of. Alec suggested that they accept their fate and stop clinging to life. Suddenly, both men turned and looked away. Hojun, who still had the girl on his back, began to slam her against the wall, pressing her against it with his whole body. Joanna realized that if she let him go, this monster would kill everyone, and so she held out until the last. She asked for help. Hojun ran with all his might and crashed backwards into the wall, which began to crumble. After several such blows, the girl with the wounded back finally let go of him and fell to the floor. Before she could fall completely, Hans caught her. He said she did well. Hojun turned around and asked the man how he came back to life. He replied that his body was well trained and did not break down easily. To be honest, the pain was hellish. He even passed out, but now he needs to lie a little. Hojun said that he was very surprised, but still he was stronger. Hans's arm became a metal armor. The man noticed that his Korean was worse than his own, and he should have kept some brains like he did. The man used high-tech equipment, an explosive blaster, a glove designed to storm the centuries. Myung-hun and Alec were watching all this. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Myung-hun looked away with concern and began to worry about his comrade. Alec called him a moron for carelessly looking away from him, and then he immediately attacked his chest with his sword. He lowered the sword, covered in blood, and scarlet drops dripped onto the floor. Myung-hun and Hojun were lying on the floor in front of them. It was all over. Alec ordered the two Koreans to be beheaded. And take the Russian bandit with you for interrogation. As Hans requested, he won't kill the guy from Sunset and hopes that will be okay with him. Joanna started to swear because she thought that Hojun had broken her back. She took the whip in her hands and asked if she could kill him, since he had injured her back. Myung-hun suddenly said something, but no one heard. Suddenly, the building began to shake. A blue light shone from the street. Alec turned to the window and couldn't believe this was happening. Suddenly, huge dinosaurs in iron armor began to fall from the sky. Their eyes glowed red, and in the dark sky a huge eye appeared, from which all these monsters poured out. The second hellish gate opened. Now the main task of all people is to survive. Suddenly a melody sounded, and Alec turned around in surprise. Myung-hun held his phone and, humming a melody, said that he was receiving a call and that he should pick it up. Alec picked up the phone. The screen showed a call from an unknown number. The voice asked how he was doing. Alec immediately realized who it was and asked if he was behind everything related to Erica. He promised to find him, track him down, and kill him. Namgung clarified that he was only going to do this if he survived. He warned that if Alec did not hurry, he would be in big trouble. Alec was angry. The stranger on the other end of the line knew that this was exactly what would happen. The man wished him luck in his fight against the monsters and told him to try to survive. If he was lucky, he would become famous as the English prophet who saved Korea. Alec threw the phone on the floor in anger. He ordered everyone to be killed, without bothering to take prisoners. There was no longer any point in that. Joanna activated her whip and said that everything would be done. But suddenly, a beam of light came through the window. Hans managed to save the girl in just a couple of seconds. Alec looked out the window and thought it was a sniper. The arrow was shot from the ground and reached their position, which seemed impossible. Namgung probably recruited someone with professional shooting skills. Suddenly, another arrow flew past his face. He dodged, but a multitude of arrows flew into the whole window. The glass broke, and it became clear that he couldn't stay here any longer. Joanna left and told Hojun goodbye that he could consider himself lucky. Myung-hoon stood up, holding his wound, and thought that he was almost dead. He asked his friend if he was okay, and he replied that he would not do such a thing again. The portal opened as Namgung promised. It seems the opening time of the second gate has changed, all because of the premature closing of the first Hell Gate. Even if he is a regressor, how could he calculate the timing accurately? Namgung replied that he not only remembers the future, but also has a wide range of information that is not available to anyone else. He was sure that Erica knew the following. After the first Hell Gate closed, dungeons began to appear across all continents. Japan has been through this too, and that's why he knows. Many powerful people from all over the world have found these dungeons and successfully passed them. This is the hidden function of the Slavic gates. Once all the world dungeons are completed, new Hell Gates open. In his past life, the last country where the dungeon was completed was Japan. If the girl is here, it means the passage is complete. That's why he called her here, for the moment of opening of the new gates. Erica was surprised that he knew everything to the point that he didn't even need to look into the future. Namgung replied that they weren't that different. The current life will not pass exactly as he remembers the past. His prediction about the time of the opening of the Hell Gate turned out to be correct, only due to luck. Remembering the past is not enough. In such moments, the prophet looking into the future surpasses the regressor. The girl asked what he wanted from her. Namgung replied that it was nothing special, she just had to close the second gate with him. He had managed to handle the first one, but he might not be able to handle the second one. Erica said that airports and harbors were closed, and it seemed she had no other choice if she wanted to return to Japan. She admitted that he had caught her out. Someone appeared behind her. She said that this time they would lend a helping hand. They were Ninagawa's warriors. As expected, she did not come alone. The man with purple eyes introduced himself. He was Kutsamata. Namgung didn't expect the leader of the Intertwined to come to Korea. Erica had prepared well. She explained that she did not know whether he was an enemy or an ally, and could not come unprepared. Kutsamata said that he understood everything and suggested getting down to business. He began to explain the strategy for fighting the monsters of Hell's Gate. First of all, you shouldn't pay attention to the Hell's Gate itself. Kutsamata looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this sarcasm?" Namgung replied that no, someone else would take care of the gate. Then they realized the boss won't appear from the gate. But from where? The man pointed to the side where a strange whirlpool had appeared in the water. He said that a water serpent would soon appear from there. The boss of the second Hell's Gate, the terror of the oceans, an underwater monster. It's huge, but it can be handled. There is a weakness common to all snake-like magical creatures. This is a special scale under the chin. Kutsamata doubted, saying that everything was too simple. Just break the scale? The man replied that yes, But this scale could not even be scratched by weapons below a rare rank. As far as Erica knows, only Alec has weapons of rare rank and above. Kutsumata asked if the man had called Alec to break the scale. Namgung replied that of course not. Otherwise, Alec would have taken all the credit for himself. Kutsumata asked if Namgung was planning to steal the sword from Alec. Namgung replied that it was a good idea, but it was not necessary. At that moment, a sword flew into the room, breaking the glass. He hit the ceiling and got stuck. Everyone asked what it was. Kutsumata turned to the broken glass in surprise. On the street stood Keenan and his father, holding a bow. The man realized that the archer had fired his sword and hit the target right on target. Namgung took the sword in his hands and said, "This is interesting, isn't it? Since the sword returned, it means that everything is okay with his brother. Now they have a sword that can cut that scale. They must set out as soon as everyone is ready. But the most important thing is that the leader of the Katsumata intertwinement is ready." He took out his katana and said that he was always ready. And suddenly, 2 arrows with a rope flew towards them. They got stuck in the wall near the window, thus forming 2 ropes. Namgung decides to test the new thing in his hands. Kutsumata said he had no need for such primitive tools. He jumped down and told the others to take care of Lady Erica. Instead of climbing down the ropes, he ran along them. He truly deserves the title Sparrow Wings. He then took out 2 katanas, jumped down and landed right on the snake, scratching it. A few seconds later, Namgung came down next to him. He noted that the creature's skin was more slippery than he expected and would be difficult to fight on. They need to deal with him quickly and get under his jaw. Namgung added that rushing would only do harm. First, the monster had to be angered. Kutsumata, holding the katana, asked what he meant. Then Namgung violently pulled the sword out of the monster's body. The water monster screamed in pain and began to stagger. Kutsumata tried his best to hold on, and couldn't believe that his friend had gone crazy. What was he doing? The man replied that small sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. It is better for him to eat them now than to swallow 5 oceans. He thrusts the sword into it again, causing the monster terrible pain. He growls and breaks the bridge. A few seconds later, they find themselves near the monster's mouth. Kutsumata begins to fall into the mouth and throws a shuriken with a rope. He flies towards one of the huge teeth and wraps himself around it. The man hangs on the rope, looks up, and calls out to his comrade. Namgung looks at all this and says that he is quite good. Kutsumata asks to pull him out quickly, before the monster closes its mouth. Namgung agrees. Indeed, we need to hurry. He flies up and uses his sword to cut off the rope that the man was holding on to, and together they fall into the monster's mouth. The snake closes its mouth. The last thing he hears is the screams of the people in his stomach. At this time, dragons in armor with swords attack people. Alec fights one of them with his sword. All his comrades use their weapons and fight monsters at the same time, cursing among themselves. Joanna can't understand. Is there really nothing that can be done? They are constantly cutting out monsters, and their numbers are not decreasing. Hans says this is a whole different level. These monsters don't die or disappear. Alec gathers all the power of the force into the stone embedded in the sword, and releases 3 beams at once, which destroy monsters. Then they gather up and run away across the bridge. Myung-hoon watches all this from below. He thought that Alec had left long ago, but he is still here. The man continues to carry Igor on his shoulders. Alec has cleared the path of monsters so that the others will have an easier time moving. A prophet is a prophet. They chopped up the lizards flawlessly. Apparently, Alec was exhausted, decided to break through and escape, killing monsters along the way. Myung-hoon said that he gave the sword to Kyonin. If they encountered Alec, they would die. He asked his comrade if he was feeling okay. They should move as stealthily as possible. The man replied that he had rested a bit and could, in principle, go. There were a lot of lizards in the sky, and they hoped that Kyungin and Jung Tae-ho had managed to escape. At that time, there weren't that many monsters, and perhaps they were able to get out. The plan was for the boy to hand over the sword, and they would walk through the cleared area. Then they meet near the Rewrote Tower. Their comrades are probably already there. Hojun notices that Alec is moving towards the tower. He hopes that Alec doesn't know where exactly Kyonin is. They walk across the bridge and see Alec and his company in front of them, continuing to fight the lizards. Joanna looks around in panic and tries to find the car. Hans says there are a lot more lizards in the 63rd quarter, so he called cars to the Rewrote Tower. Hojun wants to warn the guy by phone, but the main station seems to be out of order. The communication is down, and they should have prepared a satellite phone. They decide to find Conan on their own. They need to get to him before Alec does, because if he stumbles upon them, he will most likely try to kill them. A few seconds later, they are attacked by other lizards with pitchforks in their hands. Myung-hoon summons an ice sword and swings it. All the lizards nearby immediately turn to stone, turning into blocks of ice. Myung-hoon exhales. He is too young to die. But then he notices one of the lizards inside the ice begin to move, its hand slowly pushing through the cracking ice. Then a head appears. The lizard screams and is about to eat Myung-hoon. But at that moment an arrow hits her head. Hojun and Myung-hoon look at the dead monster in surprise. Kyung-in stands above and asks if they are okay. All the comrades are happy to see Kenan alive and well. People who did not have time to hide and remained on the street are trying to run away, screaming and asking for help. All of them were near the water a second ago, but one boy did not have time to escape. And now dinosaurs begin to emerge from the water. The boy screams, but no one manages to save him. Arrows fly at the monsters. A man stands on the bridge in a yellow cape and points his finger upwards. A purple spark appears. He then points his finger down, and the spark hits the water, spreading throughout the liquid. All dinosaurs in this area explode, their limbs flying apart. It was Somin. Her raincoat was dirty from the rain. Jung Tae-ho stands next to her and says that the world has changed a lot while he was in a coma, and that the girl's magical abilities amaze him every time. Somin says that there is no need to admire it, because it is just a skill. He can also kill lizard men with one shot. Afterwards, the man asks if she is worried about her father. The girl replies that he is a regressor, and there is nothing to worry about. She worries much more about Kyonin and her uncle. They hope that they have already met. Myung-hoon looks at Jung Tae-ho and asks where he came from. He replies that their storage looked bad, so he came to help. Myung-hoon says that they are gigachads, so it's okay, but thanks them anyway. Kyonin says that his father went to help Somin. She is alone at the park with the river, and does not let her go to the shore in the evening. It will be difficult for him to descend from such a height. So they decide to meet at the Olympic Bridge intersection, which is a 10-minute walk away. Alec appears unexpectedly and tells the guy not to rush, because he will personally let him down. He immediately takes his sword, around which blue magic appears. He shoots the galactic beam at the bridge, and it breaks in half and begins to collapse. Kenan, who was standing on it, screams. He is about to fall. Hojun watches all this and realizes that this man is no longer the same as he was before. He has actually become stronger in a short period of time. Alec realized that the guy was shooting at them, and he thinks that he can do nothing but shoot, and that he clearly lacks physical strength. Kyonin is already in the air and is holding onto the bridge with one hand to keep from falling. He asks for help. Myung-hoon tries to stop Alec, and Hojun runs towards the guy to save him. Alec says he was very angry that he didn't kill them earlier, and now they themselves came straight into the lion's mouth. He turns to his comrades and asks why they are standing. Joanna points towards the water and says that something incredible is happening there. A huge snake comes to the surface. He staggers and then crashes into a huge building, breaking glass and concrete. Cannon has already been lowered, and they decide to escape immediately. The snake strikes near them, sending up a cloud of dust. Hojun loses sight of his comrade and tries to find him. Alec also covers his face with his elbow to avoid choking on the dust. A snake falls in front of him, and he notices strange scales on its neck. He recalls what the sun and moon witness once mentioned. The only thing that can cut through the unusual scales is a weapon of rare rank or higher. The witness had given him this weapon for this moment. Alec knew he was definitely the chosen one. He puts his hand on the snake and laughs. It seems that even Myung-hoon and Erica couldn't prevent this future. A future where he and only he will receive the reward for being world boss. Some say it's not that they couldn't see it coming. It's that such a future doesn't exist. The monster's scales begin to glow red. Alec doesn't understand what's going on. Suddenly, the special scales break into pieces. The world boss is defeated. Namgung emerges from the monster's body. He is the one who just destroyed the scales. He stands against a blue backdrop, looking down at Alec. Hojun and Kyungin immediately notice him and are happy to see that he is okay. Myung-hoon is also happy, and even sheds tears when he sees his brother alive. Alec looks at the man and can't believe it. He notices a familiar sword in his hands. The man knew that Namgung was behind Myung-hoon. Namgung tells him to shut up. Thanks to his killing of all the lizardmen, the people will soon be safe again. They thank him for his concern. Without it, he would not have been able to lure the serpent here. All participants within a 50-meter radius receive a reward, a snake scale. Alec is shocked. Does the man really mean to say that all this time he played by his rules? The player who killed the magical creature receives a special reward. Namgung receives a golden box and takes out a pink stone from it. He received an excellent snake scale. Alec screams, not understanding what everyone is waiting for, and orders his comrades to take the thing from Namgung. But two kunai immediately fly towards them. The girl deflects the blow with a whip, and Hans with his prosthesis. Kutsamata says the strategy of breaking through the guts and emerging through the unusual scales was a good one. Namgung was right. The snake is a big enemy, but not that strong. It seems that the real enemies are already waiting for them ahead. They are holding weapons in their hands, and Alec and his comrades are standing in front of them. Suddenly, Alec starts laughing hysterically out of fatigue. He doesn't understand why Erica, Namgung, an archer, and now a ninja, so many people don't know their place. There can only be one chosen one, and it is he. Myung-hoon continues to hold Igor on his shoulders, but takes out his sword to defend himself. Hans and Joanna stand behind their boss and also hold weapons in their hands. Alec activates his sword, which is already glowing with black magic, and wishes for everyone to die. Suddenly, Soman descends from the sky, conjuring two powers at the same time, red and blue. Now she understands what the prophet who was shown on TV looks like. Alec looks at the girl and is surprised when he sees her. He doesn't remember Korea having a prophet with magical powers, and is amazed that she can use such power at such an early stage. Katsumata says that their British friends are heading home, so they need to clear the way for them. After clicking, other ninjas with weapons appear in the sky. They throw their kunai and shuriken. Alec is very angry. His assistants are also ready to defend themselves. But suddenly, all the weapons do not fly in their direction, but hit the lizards standing behind them. Alec didn't even notice the snake people, as he was too focused on the people. Namgung tells them to head to Seongnam City. Incheon Airport may still be closed, but Seoul Airport is probably fine. They'll be flown out as soon as they say Hojun's name. Alec laughs and says he will do so. Several helicopters appear in the sky. One of them flies closer. It is clear that there is a cameraman and a journalist in it. Alec admits that he will lose his reputation if he goes on a rampage here. It seems he has no choice but to back down, or he will disappoint the fans, and leaves. Namgung is glad that they are retreating and says that his daughter arrived just in time. They could have caused much more trouble than the snake. Jong Taiho says that it's pretty weird to hear such words after killing monsters, but monsters are relatively easy to deal with. But there's little that can help with these guys. Plus, they keep getting stronger. If they were so dangerous, was it worth giving him 20,000 heads at all? In Taiho's view, offering a reward was unnecessary. They would not back down even if they were not promised anything. Besides, Alec still took something from the dungeon that will soon appear in England, so a couple of tens of thousands of heads does not matter much. The main thing is that in the end it was they who defeated the boss. Erica says it's time for them to go too. But next time, it's them, she and her assistants, who will defeat the world boss. They won't give in. Namgung smiles and says that he will wait for this moment. Hojun asks the girl if she is returning to Japan, and if so, he will contact the airport. Erica takes her assistants and Igor. She says that there is no need to worry. They can handle it themselves. World leaders are truly at a high level. The Ninagawa family has the ability to call a plane even from another country. Namgung says they will continue to keep an eye on them, more closely than they do on regular celebrities like Alec. But they have something that Erica doesn't. He takes out a bag. Everyone asks what's inside. The man opens it, and everyone sees a lot of crystals. They were able to get them thanks to Kennen. The lower-level rune increases agility, the other one, strength and endurance. Even though his weapon is mediocre, Taiho should be able to handle this amount of runes. Using 4 runes at once in this situation may be wasteful, but the longer Mr. Taiho lives, the more runes they can get. The man is happy, feels confident, and thanks Namgung, who replies that he is an archer from their National Assembly and is always happy to help. He tells the boys to come to him if they need any rune and not to be shy about using it. Everyone happily agrees, and Namgung activates his sword. They decide to take care of the remaining monsters and show what they can do. A red sword is thrust into the monster's face. The second carnival has come to an end. All survivors were given a reward, 1,000 heads each. It was all over at last. Myung-hoon asks his brother if he thought it was easier to fight this time. At this rate, they'll get through it quickly. Namgung says that there is no need to rejoice too soon. In the future, they will have to face much stronger creatures. They will need to act strictly according to the plan. Myung-hoon smiles and says that his brother never disappoints them. Suddenly, they hear a strange sound. They don't understand what is happening, because the flying gate is already closed. Sumin points his finger to the side, and everyone sees the National Assembly building burning. On a huge screen outside, the news reports that the city is in chaos due to massive destruction. The National Assembly building is reported to have been damaged. A meeting on emergency response issues was taking place in the building when it was suddenly attacked by a creature unknown to science. The deputies report that the president is dying and they are in a nightmare. The Minister of Economy and Finance, the Minister of Education, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have disappeared. They need to adhere to the policies that are in place for such a situation. This incident is indeed a tragedy, but compared to other countries, they managed to contain the onslaught quite well. One man asks the minister how he can say such a thing. CO Jack opens the door to another office and sees a girl there who greets him. He sits down at the table and asks for the group leader to be brought to him, someone who can lead the vanguard in resolving conflicts with monsters. He wants to see that same man named Namgung. Namgung sat on a log in the forest and polished his sword. His brother came up to him and asked if he was okay, if even in such a situation he continued to work on his hardware. This is typical for him. Perhaps he was confused by the sudden choice of president. At least, the prime minister survived. As long as he serves as acting president, Korea is safe. Namgung believed that Prime Minister Seo Jae-uk could be trusted to govern. But there was one problem. In his past life, he tried to create an army of monsters. However, in the end, nothing came of it due to unforeseen circumstances. The culprit was the head of the Ministry of Defense, Park Dae-ho, who carried out a coup d'état. Myung-hoon was very surprised and couldn't believe it was true. In his past life, Park Dae-ho seized power and declared martial law, but made the mistake of concentrating all his soldiers in Seoul. This resulted in the remaining cities going up in flames. If the man knew in advance about the explosion in Parliament, wouldn't it have been better for him to go there personally to protect the president? Namgung replied that no, the place where the snake boss appeared was too far from there, and if he had not eliminated the snake, the consequences could have been much more serious. Myung-hoon agreed, because then Alec would also become famous. Suddenly, someone approached the men and said that an order had been received to accompany them. 3 men in suits asked if they could come with them. Namgung said that they should introduce themselves first. One of the men apologized, handed over a business card, and introduced himself as Lee Ji-won, an officer in the counterterrorism department. He came on behalf of the State Duma to pick up Namgung. The Blue House of Cheonghwa-dae was waiting for him. Namgung was already sitting at the table with the minister. Cups of tea stood in front of them. The man apologized for the sudden summons and introduced himself as Prime Minister Seo-juk. He asked if he was the one who destroyed the monster that appeared on the Han River and expressed his gratitude. Namgung replied that he should rather be grateful for the fact that he was invited to an audience in the Blue House and not in the interrogation room. The man laughed, saying that it would be extremely impolite to treat the hero who saved the capital that way. Surprisingly, sitting in front of the one who had easily dealt with the monster, there was not a drop of caution in his behavior. Now it became clear why he died so easily in his previous life, allowing himself to be fooled by Park Dae-ho. However, in this life, the Prime Minister is needed alive. The man put his cup down loudly and declared that if the minister continued to trust people so carelessly, he might one day lose his life. He immediately stood up and activated his sword, causing the man to get scared and fall off his chair. The guards immediately pulled out their pistols and shouted at him to drop his weapon or they would open fire. Namgung told the minister that he was now taking a position on which the fate of the entire state depended. How can you trust your life to such scum? What if they don't even take into account the information that the Yakshi provide? He must protect himself not only from monsters, but also from people. After all, he cannot die yet. The man, shaking on the floor, replied that he would remember that. Suddenly, a knife, levitated by magic, flew towards the back of Namgung's head. A red-haired girl stood behind him and ordered the man to immediately lay down his weapons. Namgung realized that it was telekinesis. For a mere mortal, she had awakened her abilities too quickly. He turned around and cut the knife in half with his sword. The girl immediately took out several more of these knives, which she also controlled using telekinesis. A second later, she threw them at the man in a huge wave. But he, without batting an eye, cut them all down in a matter of seconds. He immediately flew up and found himself next to the girl who held a knife to his face. The Prime Minister began shouting at the agent to stop all these antics in front of the guest. The captain merely shared one truth with him. He had no intention of harming him. He explained that he was planning to organize a team to catch monsters, and he would really like Namgung to become the leader of this team. Park Hyo-ju admitted that she didn't want to admit it, but they really weren't very good at managing data yet. CCTV footage showed that his team was already very skilled in the use of weapons and equipment. She asked if he could help them. Namgung, without thinking, replied that he refused. The minister was shocked. He didn't believe he said that. The man explained that he was not going to teach them anything and take responsibility for the team. Hyo-ju was also shocked. After all, he had already sacrificed himself for the state. He was its citizen. Why then not? Namgung replied that he was fighting for the good of this country, which was why he had borrowed his strength. However, his duty is to protect Korea, not its government. He asked permission to ask one question. He asked the girl, what is she fighting for? For the sake of the country? For the sake of the government? Or does she have other reasons? Or is she fighting for her father, Defense Minister Park Dae-ho? The girl was in complete shock. How did he even know her father? Namgung explained that he was currently preparing a coup d'etat. Everyone present in the room immediately tensed up. Hyoju didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was and what all this slander was about. Namgung replied that this was not nonsense at all. Had she really forgotten where he was from? He was from Squad 711. The squad had already disbanded, but it was previously considered the best in all of South Korea, not only for its combat performance, but also for its special awareness. He was the leader of this squad, and that is why his words sound convincing. The minister couldn't believe he was serious. But in that case, it would be even more necessary to quickly hand over leadership of the anti-monster team to him in order to ensure the safety of the country. Namgung said he saw no real need for this. Even if things stabilize in South Korea, Park Dae-ho will not change his plan. It doesn't matter to him whether there is chaos or order in the country. He intends to carry out a coup solely by his own efforts, using pure weapons. In his past life, Park Dae-ho was so strong that he even possessed a rare class weapon that was not intended for ordinary civilians. His combat power was significantly above average. Therefore, now they should not shift the burden of fighting monsters onto him, but they need to observe the situation from the outside and become stronger themselves, strengthen their positions. The girl said that even the National Intelligence Agency had no information about the possibility of a coup. Where is the guarantee that he didn't make this up? The Prime Minister agreed with her. There really was no evidence. Namgung noted that in politics, no matter how professional a person is, there is always a chance of losing to a stronger one. This is especially relevant now. He asked the girl which side she was going to fight on. Namgung knew what he was talking about, because he had already seen the outcome in a past life. But from Hyoju's point of view, his words seemed like nonsense that was hard to accept. However, he was sure that her answer would remain the same, unless, of course, nothing had changed in this life. But that was unlikely. Suddenly, a man appeared and remarked that the conversation was quite interesting, but he was not sure that such things should be said in front of the Prime Minister. He stated that all of Namgung's words were not supported by anything, and in his opinion, action should only be taken after a full investigation was conducted. Minister Seo-yuk agreed and suggested that they continue discussing the matter another time. The door closed. Namgung left the hall, and Hyoju volunteered to accompany him home. Suddenly the girl stopped and asked what was the best way to deal with an enemy that was too tough for her. Namgung realized that it seemed like she knew about her father's hidden motives. He replied that such enemies do not exist. If you can't win now, you need to start building up your strength. But the girl believed that something like this could not be resolved by the efforts of one person. Namgung agreed that this was true, but only if their world was ordinary. If she really wants to become stronger, she should come to Majin Market tomorrow evening. The girl was surprised why she should go there, but she heard in response that the best swordsman in Seoul was not NAR or even PSN. It was clear that it was worth learning from the strongest. Sometime later, in a meat market, men were discussing where to put the meat, since all the freezers were occupied. Namgung and Hyoju walked past the stalls. The girl didn't even know about this place. She didn't understand why monsters weren't eliminated after they died. But then I realized they were still alive. They were simply frozen alive to be eaten later. They walked forward a little further, and soon the man found what they were going to. There was a huge man sitting behind the counter eating raw meat. He said that if they had come for meat, this was not the place for them. The company that supplied the goods had gone bankrupt, and the trade had ceased. Namgung replied that everything was fine, and they had come to the right place. He asked about the meat in his hands. Wasn't it lizard men meat? The man replied that this meat was not for sale, and that Namgung had better leave because he would not eat it anyway. Hojun wondered if he was really the best swordsman she had been told about the day before. He didn't look like someone who could teach her anything good. Namgung said that he just needed to show her what she could do. He quickly snatched the meat from the man, took gloves out of his pocket and put them on. He put a piece of meat on the board and turned on the gas stove on which the saucepan stood. He took out the green onions and began to quickly chop them. Hojun watched everything that was happening with surprise. The man then took out a bottle of yellow liquid that gave off a delicious aroma and added it to the pan. After all, no matter how talented a person is, the body's abilities have their limits. Often quality is more important than quantity. He approached the representative of the Majang District Livestock Union, Jang Gil-su, who is also known as the King of Gluttony. The man watched with shining eyes as the meat, noodles, and the whole dish turned into a truly delicious meal. Jang Gil-su looked at the boy and asked who he was. He knew that monster flesh would evaporate when heated, so he prepared shabu shabu, a dish that best preserved the original appearance of the meat. It was impressive. Did he really know both monsters and cooking? Namgung replied that he knew very well. It was all sitting in his liver. Gil-su didn't expect that anyone else was eating this tasteless food. He himself eats it through force because of his predisposition to gluttony. But why does he eat it? For what reason? Namgung replied that he simply found it delicious. Gil-su thanked him for the dinner, but added that if he had come just to laugh, it would be better to leave. He didn't understand who could like monster meat. It was like rubber. Namgung interrupted him and suggested that he just try his dish. The man inhaled the sweet aroma and picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. I dipped it in that same unusual sauce and chewed it. He slammed the table and declared that this meat could put any beef to shame. He asked how Namgung prepared it. He himself had tried many recipes, but each time it didn't turn out very well. Namgung replied that it was because he was cooking according to field recipes. He got the salt jam from the west coast of Krusan. Gil-su heard the price of this seasoning and realized that it was not simple. The man said that he would give it to her for free if Namgung fulfilled 2 of his requests. The first is to share with them the technique of cutting up monsters. Gil-su replied that this knowledge was useless, too modest for such a seasoning. Why did he need it? Namgung explained that they were not useless. Thanks to his researchers, it would be possible to find out the weaknesses of the monsters. The brute replied that it was not directly about weaknesses, but when cutting up, he studies how the organism of these creatures is structured. For such information, the seasoning is a very reasonable price. Hojun noted that once the gate was closed, such animals would no longer appear. So what was the point of learning how to cut up their meat? Namgung said that the gate had only opened twice. How would she know? They weren't finished with the lizards yet, by the way. Has she really forgotten about the time of troubles? Gil-su rolled up his sleeves and said that since he was asking, he would share. But it seemed that Namgun was also not a simple man. If he could afford to spend 10,000 on some spices, he asked why he needed to know the monster's weaknesses at all. Namgung replied that it was not for him, but for the lady next to him. She must learn how to strike accurately with minimal effort. Her telekinesis has sharp movements but weak power. Therefore, it is better to immediately learn to hit vulnerable spots rather than try to develop strength. Gil-su stood up, and Namgung added that 3 days would be enough, because after that, a time of troubles would come. The brute slapped him on the shoulder and said he agreed. Namgung began to speak about the second request, but at that moment, an earthquake suddenly began. Everyone dropped the meat and didn't understand what was happening. One man called Gilsa and pointed to the entrance. A cave suddenly appeared there. They went outside and saw that a hole had appeared at the intersection with a staircase leading down. Namgung continued to talk about his request. He wanted them to start selling beef instead of lizards, preferably minotaurs. Gilsu was very surprised by such a request. At this time, Myung-hoon was returning to the shelter with bags in his hands. He was met by Somin. He told her that the supermarket was giving out free rations and suggested that she go there with Kyunin before everything was taken. And at this time he will prepare breakfast. Somin, while playing cards with Kyungin, said that she had little faith in his cooking skills. She asked where Dad was. Myung-hoon replied that he had gone on a raid. Everyone was surprised that he had left without them. After all, the main reward in the dungeons is calculated based on the number of raiders. It is better to act together. The man agreed, but added that his brother had said, "This time there is a limit." Somin did not know that such dungeons existed. Why do this? But it's all for the sake of sacrifice. They go there not as raiders, but as victims. People have probably heard of the legend in which the king of ancient Crete named Minos imprisoned a half-man, half-bull. We are talking about the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Hyoju asked if he really meant the legend that said 7 young men were sacrificed every year to appease the monster's wrath. Namgung replied that this was indeed the case, and praised her for being knowledgeable. However, in their case, things were a little different. Only 3 people can enter the labyrinth: the guide and the girl and guy who will become victims. This composition is mandatory. The next 3 people can only enter after the death of the previous ones. There will be 7 attempts in total. If you fail, the gates of the labyrinth will open, and a monster will come out. A minotaur that has eaten its fill of human flesh. This cannot be allowed to happen. But Namgung said not to worry. Everything will be fine. The girl replied that with her and her partner maybe, but that man was a simple civilian. It's unlikely he has any experience in cutting up minotaurs. We need to find the monster's weak spot as quickly as possible. Namgung admitted that he has no experience butchering minotaurs. But he does have something else. He is South Korea's master cattle catcher. The man laughed and admitted that it sounded convincing. That's right. As long as this monster has horns, he will quickly take him. Namgung decided that no one else would be suitable for the role. After all, in his past life, it was he who carried out a successful raid on the Minotaur's dungeon. Once they enter the maze, they will need to split up. Namgung gave them one hint, but he didn't know if it would help. But if you have any doubts, you should go to the right. They opened the massive doors, and the invasion of the Minotaur's dungeon began. Namgung was already standing alone. He had become a victim, standing in a labyrinth under the bright sun. He had to overcome the labyrinth and reach the altar. There are 3 of 3 victims left, and none of them have yet ascended to the altar. Apparently, they were meant by victims. It's good that thanks to this window, you can find out about the condition of the others. Namgung suddenly steps into a puddle and doesn't understand where the water is coming from, because the sun is scorching from above. He kneels down and touches her. The bracelet on his hand activates and glows. It was the water serpent's jewel, a top-class magical artifact that could control fish. The water droplets suddenly form cute little fish. They rise into the air and fly away. The man closes his eyes and feels where these fish are now. But, as he thought, the technique from his past life doesn't work here either. The reward for defeating the boss is extremely useful, but it's clear that he wants to hunt them for more than just that. In his past life, nothing worked out for him, but this time, everything should turn out differently. Suddenly he hears a strange sound. He turns around and feels that all his fish died in the same place. It is obvious that this is where the master of the labyrinth is located. Namgung continues to move through the labyrinth. He thinks that the direction is right, but it seems like he is walking in circles. He thinks, is this labyrinth really that simple? Suddenly he hears a girl's cry for help. Hyoju, covered in blood, runs up very close to him and says that the monsters killed her entire squad. Namgung asks how many people were in the squad. After all, there were 3 of them in there, and she needs to come to her senses. The girl doesn't understand why he doesn't understand. She said the whole squad is dead. Her face twists. She accuses him of sending them to their deaths. He gave the order to defend the tunnel, asked to buy time, and he himself went off alone to fight the demons. Her eyes turn red. She screams that he sacrificed the entire squad to collect the demon heads and escape to the past. Namgung pushes her and demands that she stop talking nonsense. The girl asks, does he really think he's gone back in time? Is it true that the last demon he fought died? A hand comes out of her mouth. Didn't he even think about being tricked and put into eternal sleep? Namgung can't understand what's happening. Is this all an illusion? A demon emerges from the girl's mouth and says that he has not collected all the heads, and that returning to the past is just an illusion created by him. In reality, Namgung is rotting in hell along with his abandoned squad. Dead soldiers cling to the man's feet, asking why he sent them there. They trusted him. They did everything for his purpose, and he just used them. The demon laughs and says that this is reality. From the very beginning, there was no return to the past. Namgung decides that the first thing he needs to do is kill this monster. He will happily tear it to pieces, as well as all the demons that remain. A sword appears in his hands, and he strikes the monster under the chin. He asks, does anyone really think that he sent people to certain death and then escaped? Even so, he does not regret his decision at all. Light begins to come from the demon's eyes and mouth. He coughs and then explodes, sending skull fragments and flesh flying everywhere. Namgung understands that this labyrinth is capable of fooling one's head. Be that as it may, the right path seems to have been found. He stands in front of huge doors with a sword in his hands. And I wonder how Jang Gilsu got through this labyrinth in his past life. He's a real glutton after all. Most likely, he's not very resistant to mental attacks. But suddenly, a wall collapses nearby, and Gilsu emerges from it. He simply broke through the wall. Then he says that he almost died just now. He notices Namgung and is surprised that he came first. The guy asks if he always walks straight through walls. Gilsu replies that he is tired of turns. He decided to go straight all the time. The boss is usually either in the center or at the very end. Namgung thinks that such a method has never even occurred to him, so he still has a lot to learn. Hyoju comes up to them and says that she almost went crazy because of the hallucinations. She adds that the man's advice helped a little. She kept going to the right. In one of the visions, her subordinate appeared. On one of the missions, he lost his leg, and here, the leg was intact. So it was an obsession. Gilsu said he was simply knocking down the walls on the right side. Namgung interrupts them and reminds them that it is too early to rejoice. They still have to deal with the monster. Together they ascend to the altar, and the sacrificial process begins. They open the massive doors, from which black and red smoke pours out. All three of the three victims have entered the altar. They enter the room. A monster stands before them. The master of the labyrinth has gone hunting. The chains on the Minotaur's arms and legs break into pieces, freeing him. The monster inhales air through its huge nostrils, then roars and rushes towards them. Gilsu sees a bull walking upright for the first time, and is in complete shock. None of them understand what to do. The bull runs towards them with burning eyes. They ask Namgung what to do, but the man remains silent. Hyoju panics and activates several magic swords. Namgung raises his hand in front of her, asking her to wait a little. Gilsu is confused, but then he thinks a little and says that he knows what needs to be done. He takes 2 butcher knives from his bosom and runs towards the monster. They both run towards each other and first collide heads. Gilsu then plunges the knife into the monster's ribs and twists it. With a sharp movement, he pulls out the blade, and the monster lets out a scream. It settles briefly, but the man is already above it, holding it by the head. Hyoju is amazed by the man's dexterity, Wondering if he really is just a butcher, the man bites the Minotaur on the neck, bites off a piece of skin. Blood gushes out. He chews the meat and says it is tasteless. But despite this, there is still some benefit to meat. He asks Namgung if he can finish off the monster himself, and then they can split the reward. His ability, Law of the Jungle, is activated. While hunting monsters, his stats increase, while the monsters themselves, on the contrary, decrease, since they instinctively feel fear of him. The Minotaur is the perfect opponent for him, but if you let your guard down, things could end badly. Gilsu, overcome with excitement, laughs and stabs the Minotaur in the neck. A monster with a cut neck and a damaged back tries to attack, but the man jumps back. He scoffs. How can someone so huge be afraid of him? His friend scared him that everything was serious, but in fact, it was nothing. Hojun says that it's incredible. It wasn't for nothing that they were looking for this particular person. He really is strong. Namgung agrees, but adds that the girl's power is much stronger. With telepathy, she can control minds. In other words, she is able to take the fight beyond the physical level. Such power is practically limitless. He instructed her to take lessons from Gilsu not only for the sake of training, but also to identify her weaknesses. He wanted her to see how Gilsu distributed his efforts when cutting meat, how he transformed his strength, and, having mastered his technique, be able to create a new weapon that combined telekinesis with close and long-range combat skills. The girl asks how he knows this. Even though he was the leader of Squad 11, she doesn't think that helped them come to that conclusion. The man was about to answer, but they were interrupted by noise. The Minotaur suddenly weakens Gilsa and throws him straight into the wall. Hojun is shocked. The man had a huge advantage. The ability to gather all the body's strength and heal wounds completely negates the effect of the Law of the Jungle. It was frenzy. Gilsu most likely immediately recognized the Minotaur's ability and used the skill gluttony, but overestimated himself. Hojun runs to him, assuring him that she will help. Gilsu, wounded, rises, thinking that he is almost dead. But he stops the girl. He will figure it out himself. The Minotaur, having healed his wounds, rushes towards the man, his horns thrust forward. Gilsu rises fully, takes the knife in his hands and is ready to fight. But the monster runs up too fast and breaks his knife with its teeth. Then the man grabs the Minotaur's horns with both hands. He pulls them towards himself, his feet digging into the floor, trying to hold it up. As the monster flies forward, it crashes into the wall, and Gilsu manages to dodge. He grabs the second knife, walks up to him, and says that you can't get far on strength alone. He approaches the monster, but the bull wraps its tail around his leg. Then it throws him across the room, breaking through the floor. The girl understands that if this continues, he will definitely die, and she takes out a knife. Perhaps they are relying entirely on memories of the past. Even if Gilsu managed to overcome the dungeon back then, this time it might be different. Maybe he only won back then, thanks to someone's help. The man has an ironclad principle. If you rush to his aid, it can destroy their relationship. And even if he's injured now, he's still a key figure in Namgung's plan. If he's not brought on board, the rest might not work. Hojun runs to him, saying that she will cover him, and entrusts the man with the rear. Namgung stops her, saying that it is too early. He notices that Gilsu's fighting spirit is not broken. He has already stood up, and a blue fire is burning from him. Gilsu fully agrees. It will hold on as tightly as his knife. But suddenly, the Minotaur appears nearby and pierces the man's body with its horn. Namgung watches this in complete shock. The man groaned in pain and held the Minotaur's horn so that it would not go deeper into his body. The monster immediately raised its head and threw the man into the air. Blood began to spurt out of his wound even more intensely. The fat on his belly helped him avoid a fatal wound, but at this rate, he was still going to die. He whispered a request for help with difficulty. The Red Knights immediately appeared and attacked the Minotaur from behind. The monster turned around angrily, its veins bulging with evolutionary tension. Namgung also appeared nearby and cut off the horn that was stuck into the man. Still holding onto the horn, Gilsu falls and hits the ground. With great effort, he pulls the horn out of his stomach, and now there is a gaping hole there. Namgung apologizes for interfering, but says he couldn't help himself. The man replies that, of course, it wasn't worth helping, but at least it's a little easier now. It's hard to stand still in a situation like this. Namgung is glad he was helpful. Gilsu will not follow someone for money or power. Such people are driven only by good intentions. He says that there is a debt left for helping. Namgung replies that there is no need to worry, and they will pay later. The most important thing for him now is the dungeon reward. His assistants, the Red Warriors, use swords and attack the Minotaur. Gilsu asks the girl what kind of creatures these are. Besides, the guy called his ability a scam, and he himself would not hurt to look at his own. Suddenly, the Minotaur takes a huge breath of air and screams loudly. An axe appears from the flames in his hand. Namgung is amazed that this monster is able to summon weapons. The monster swings an axe and kills 2 warriors at once. Namgung clutches his heart, feeling a call back. He takes a snake scale out of his pocket and eats it. This scale, by reflecting and refraction of light, allows the user to blend into the environment. While the Minotaur fights with the one remaining warrior, Namgung sneaks up behind him and raises his sword. But suddenly the Minotaur somehow senses him and turns around. The guy is very surprised and barely manages to dodge the monster's attack. Hojun is in complete shock. How is it possible that a monster can see him? An axe flies towards the guy. The warriors manage to run up and stop the attack with their sword. But the axe moves with such great speed that it pierces the warrior right through. Namgung barely manages to dodge. The monster aims at him again. But how is that possible? The Minotaur points its horns at him and rushes forward. At this moment, a sauce with spices hits him in the face. The monster stops, not understanding what is happening. He is blinded. It was Gilsu who sacrificed the incredibly delicious sauce to save the boy. The monster begins to search for him by smell. Namgung thanks Gilsu with a nod and immediately disappears from the spot. He appears behind the Minotaur and plunges his sword into his head. The monster activates its power again. An axe appears in its hands. Gilsu yells at the guy to cut his tendons. Hojun at this time creates several magical knives and throws them towards the monster. They crash into the monster's legs, cutting them off, thereby helping Namgung. The girl uses telepathic powers. Thanks to this, her knives do not disappear, but remain in the monster's body and continue to cause damage. But nothing works. These blades cannot cut through his flesh. Namgung smiles and says that's enough. He holds the sword, which is still in the Minotaur's body, and with an effort throws the monster over. The sword pierces him through and through, from the back of the neck. The Minotaur doesn't give up. He raises his axe and clings to the guy's leg with his tail. Hojun and Gilsu, watching what is happening, shout at him to be careful. But the guy doesn't have time to react. An axe flies towards him, spinning at great speed. But the weapon does not manage to reach its target for unknown reasons. An invisible blue line wraps around the monster's arm and weapon, preventing him from moving. Hojun has increased her power, causing ropes to appear from her hands, which hold back the attack. She's all sweaty and puffing. She can't last long. Suddenly she starts coughing. The threads disappear and blood comes out of her mouth. She looks towards Namgung, but he effortlessly cuts the monster in half. Now the bull, split into 2 parts, lies on the floor in a huge pool of blood. The guy is breathing heavily, but the Lord of the Labyrinth is defeated. Hojun happily hugs Gilsu, who is standing next to her, glad that everything worked out. The man asks her to be careful. His stomach hurts. Chests with primary and additional rewards are given out. 2 trophies have been received. The trophy is awarded to only one of the group members. Gilsu notes that it was clearly hard for him because he rushed headlong into battle. One way or another, without the girl's help, everything could have ended completely differently. Hyoju laughs sheepishly. She says it's nothing. She just did what she was told. Gilsu replies that this is real help. Of course, the guy helped him dodge the axe, but she stopped the attack itself. Thanks to this, they were able to deal with the monster and get the reward. No one else could have handled such a task. The girl believes that she is being overpraised. Together they decide to take a look at what is in the chests. They open it. A glow appears. There, the white bull of King Minos and the red bull. Hyoju and Gilsu each receive 2 of these artifacts and are completely delighted. Namgung opens another chest. It contains a Minotaur liver with a magical level. When consumed, it grants the user one of the monster's features. The girl pinches her nose. The smell is terrible. She can't understand if this is really a reward. Maybe it's a mistake. Namgung assures that everything is as it should be. He gives Gilsu's liver as a token of gratitude for the fight with the Minotaur. The man doubts whether he should eat such a disgusting dish, despite his tendency to gluttony. Namgung doesn't ask permission and simply shoves the liver into his mouth. He adds that the liver will dissolve in your mouth on its own. You don't have to try to chew it. Gilsu doesn't understand where the guy got such strength from, but he swallows the meat anyway. Tears appear on his face. He realizes what he has done, because now with every breath he smells something rotten. Suddenly, a table appears with the inscription, "Absorbed the liver of the Minotaur. Ability gained. Regeneration." The man notices that the wound on his stomach is starting to narrow. Everyone is shocked that the wound has healed. It is not for nothing that they say, everything that tastes disgusting can be useful. Namgung opens the smallest box. Inside is an excerpt from a teleportation grimoire, a fragment of a magical book that transports the chosen ones to a special location. Hyoju asks what he has in his hands. The guy replies that he doesn't know. This is an item without a number. He had never encountered such things in his past life. Gilsu says he expected something useful, but it seems a piece of paper is all he got. It seems the liver wasn't so bad. All the same, without the skill of gluttony, it would most likely not have been possible to absorb it. Just a tattered piece of paper. Is it really a trap? The girl finds it suspicious. Everyone decides to leave as soon as possible, since they have completed the task. This time, of course, it's not as rich as in the Ghoul King's tomb. The guy doesn't believe that he only got a scrap of paper. But then, a tablet appears in front of him with the inscription, "The soul of a Minotaur has been discovered. Do you wish to subdue it?" A purple spirit begins to emerge from the body of the dead Minotaur. Everyone turns around and tells Namgung to look back. They realize that this is not the end. The necromancer seems to be able to subjugate only a person's soul, so the guy is surprised. He has access to the soul-taming skill of level 2. The number of souls exceeds the maximum value. 3 out of 3 are available. Now he can no longer subjugate anyone. To get this soul, he will have to give up one of the ones he already has. But the soul of the dungeon boss is an extremely useful thing. But why would the one he just killed follow him? He asks the spirit what its purpose is. It clings to Namgung, hoping to continue its existence. Suddenly, the spirit of the bull dissipates and the outline of a man appears. He says he wants to leave this place. Gilsu is surprised. Was it really a person all this time? The girl says that his name is Asterion, the Minotaur, half man, half bull. This was the name of his human part. Namgung notices that she is well versed in mythology. The girl replies that although you wouldn't know it, she was once fascinated by it. The guy says it looks like her. He asks what he will get in return if he helps the spirit get out of here. The spirit answers, anything. To make a contract, one must destroy one of the souls fighting for Namgung. Is it worth it? The spirit says that there is no need for this, especially since he himself does not want to kill anyone. He flies up to Namgung and puts his hand on his head. Light appears. The tablet states, "The essence of the Minotaur penetrates the body. A sphere appears in place of the heart, from which rays diverge. The entire body is covered with pink stripes. It absorbs heroic souls. Due to contact with a higher entity, the number of available souls increases. Now 4 are available. The absorption of the conquered soul is complete. The night spirit now follows Namgung. The man stands in armor with an axe. Namgung turned around and saw pink sparks flying around his warriors. Suddenly their armor changed and became stronger. The amplification process is complete. After this, the warriors, including the new fighter, bowed to him. The man smiled. He thought that now things were getting really interesting. After some time, Namgung found himself near a meat market and asked not to spread the word about what people had seen today. Gilsu wondered if all his strange behavior was related to the fact that he was a former member of the 7-Eleven squad. But Namgung was not yet ready to reveal his identity publicly. The man understood everything. After all, there would be a lot of trouble later. In general, he swore, as the leader of the association, to keep his mouth shut. Besides, it's not a good idea to anger people like him. He doesn't need enemies like that. Namgung replied that he was glad to hear this, and that he too would like to collaborate with the masters of the Mahjong area. The man said that when the world is going to hell, only such comrades behind your back give you confidence. At that moment, his friends called out to him. They said he had done a great job and asked if he was hurt. Thanks to them, nothing happened to him. Gilsu happily told how he had defeated the Minotaur and laughed. Hojun noticed that this seemed to be where his strength came from. Namgung leaves, saying that it's a pity that the seasoning jar broke, but he shouldn't think about replacing it. First of all, he needs to buy a weapon with the reward he received. Gilsu is upset that they are already leaving, but they still have things to do. He wishes them a safe journey and says that it was fun. But still, Namgung says that there is something he would like to ask him before leaving. He asks if he can look for a man named Mandoksu in the Nowan area. He probably runs a hardware store. In his past life, he was called the King of Forgeries. He could make anything, a tool, a survival item, or a weapon. Gilsu says that he has several friends living in that area, and he will let you know as soon as he finds this person. They leave, and the girl asks what she should do next. Namgung had already told her to stay and take a few lessons from Gilsu, but she had something else in mind. She is interested in what to do about her father. As the man noted, the Prime Minister will do nothing without force. The only way is to gain this power by fighting monsters. She must take command of the monster-catching group. After all, she wants to work for the good of the country. Hyoju says she understands everything. It's okay if she's friendly with Park Dae-ho. Of course, he's selfish, but he won't deliberately destroy the state to its foundations. After all, he needs something to govern. The girl says that it all sounds like he knows her father. But Namgung says that now they need to figure out something else. He doesn't mean the time of troubles, but rather those who whine and say, "The world is ending." Fanatics. Supporters of the apocalypse theory. They certainly organize street protests, sometimes hold large meetings, but their activities cannot be called openly illegal. However, as the man said, it is not that simple. Soon, Incheon may disappear because of them. Hyoju is shocked and asks if he is joking. Namgung asks if she knows who Shin Tai-hwa, the chairman of the Jeonil Corporation, is. It was from this area that he began to expand the scale of his activities to the state level. Initially, Jeonil was a simple gang of bandits, but by now it has become a global criminal organization that even founded its own company. Now Shin Tai-hwa is going to promote his religion. Soon one of the seers will take his side. But Namgun will tell all the details in a couple of days at the port of Incheon. In the meantime, it would be better for the girl to train and leave. A car pulled up to Namgun, just in time, as if they knew when to arrive. Myung-hoon, driving, says it's nothing special. They've been here for hours. Somin missed her father too much. This makes Namgung very happy. He strokes his daughter's head and says that she is smart. The girl replies that she did nothing. It was her father who did a good job. She asks if he is hurt, since his wounds from the fight with the Ghoul King have not yet healed. She is worried. The man smiles and says that everything is fine. Myung-hoon asks if they told the government agent about the reincarnation. The man replies that no, it is better to continue to maintain the image of a suspicious, strong and knowledgeable, but ordinary person. The prophets may already know about the reincarnation, which means they may start hunting for it like crazy. If Namgung acts too suspicious, they will start flooding Korea to check on him. Just like Alec Traman and Ninagawa Erika, with their help, they will stop the monsters in the country. Somin turns to his father and tells him not to overexert himself. The man's eyes are already sleepy. He is tired. If he falls asleep now, he will most likely sleep for about a day. His brother tells him not to worry. They will wake him up when they arrive at the port. He can rest a little. Namgung thanks them with a smile on his face and immediately closes his eyes and falls asleep. They drive calmly across the destroyed bridge. Nothing foreshadows trouble. While Namgung was dozing, Somin was on her phone and Myung-hoon was driving. Suddenly, a drop fell on the man's nose. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in some kind of cave, in a closed space where the light came only from above. His chest began to glow red. He couldn't understand what had happened. He pulled out a parchment from his inside pocket and realized that this thing had created a subspace. Looking at the hieroglyphs on the paper, he realized that this was a test. The user had successfully registered, and now he had to pass the test called Lan's Lair. The man had never even heard of such a lair before, but he was sure that a monster definitely lived there. However, he decided that it was not worth getting into trouble. At this time, he saw a red whirlpool appear in the corner of the cave. After moving to the lair, it is no longer possible to refuse the quest. Now, he must either pass the test or die here. It is quite risky to agree without even knowing what the reward will be. Namgung decides to decline and reaches out his finger to press the reject button on the table. But suddenly, his hand is torn through by the palm of his new knight. The warrior points his axe to the side. The man understands that he wants him to agree to participate. Asterion was the master of the labyrinth, and this ticket was a reward. Apparently, he knows something about this place. In this case, Namgung decides to take the test and enters the portal. He comes out in another cave, red lightning emanating from him. The portal he passed through immediately disappears. Apparently, the rule here is do or die. Suddenly, someone uses telepathy magic, and an unknown voice sounds in the man's head, asking who he is. Namgung says that he found a ticket in the Minotaur's labyrinth that led him here, and wonders if his interlocutor is the owner of this place and that same monster, Lan. Red eyes appear in the depths of the cave. The creature laughs. It points its finger somewhere and declares that the name Lan does not belong to the monster, but to its master. Namgung realizes that the creature's words indicate that it is not Lan. Then, where is Lan himself? The monster comes out of the shadows. It has several heads, a woman, an eagle, and a wolf. It offers to try to guess. Namgung realizes that this creature ate the owner of the lair. Meanwhile, unknown people are sitting at the table and discussing Lan's lair, who dared to send Namgung there. One of the creatures says that the time axis has been distorted. This is logical, because changes have begun. The axis was distorted because the reincarnated one had rewound time. That's why what happened to the carnival happened. A being like the reborn one disrupts the balance. For this reason, they have brought closer the coming of a future that even the reincarnated one does not know about. Only then will everything be fair. Another replies that he shouldn't make fun of her. The carnival has already begun, and such interference in the phases violates the rules. The third man tells him to calm down because he is not himself, and calls him Yor. Yor is angry and asks not to say his name. They are in a shadowy corridor. If anonymity is broken again, he will make him disappear. However, another says that everyone already knows who is who, and there is no need to put on airs. He adds that it is true. The prophet Yora stands out so much that they decided to test him a little. He is not just conspicuous. He can be called a natural with full confidence. Who would have thought that Yor would get his hands on the reborn? Suddenly, Yor became angry and told the witness of the sun and moon to shut up. The Lord broke the barrier shield and stepped out of it. He reminded him that it was he who created the possibility of reincarnation. And now he was ranting about justice and the near future. He should stop talking nonsense. After all, he knew what his soul was hiding. He claims that the system, supposedly created for the benefit of the people, actually just wants its prophet to be reborn and take over everything. He demands to admit that all this is just fear. Fear that the reborn one was not his. And in fact, it is not fair at all. The Lord of the Sun also removes the veil, revealing his true self, and commands the Lord of the Serpents to be silent. He claims he didn't break any rules. He simply determined what would happen over the next 50 years. And the order doesn't matter. Another man says that, be that as it may, they will still come to Moitapu sooner or later, and nothing will happen to his prophet. Someone notices that the creature feeds on time. Yor replies that they deserved the curse for sending his prophet to a creature that would not appear for 30 years. If he returns alive, their prophet will be next in line. And already in a whisper, he tells Namgung not to dare die. At this time, the man stands in front of a huge monster with a sword in his hands. His body is tense. The wolf head says it's funny to hear that it ate its owner. Don't throw words around that might anger them. Namgung replies that he doesn't care whether they get angry or not. He's just a chess knight in phases who uses their power. The woman's head remarks that she cannot understand how someone like Namgung could have been chosen as a prophet in the first place. The man replies that they should not try to attach something that does not exist. Unless they have instructions on how to complete the quest, he will leave. The hawk's head says that he can give instructions easily, right now. The wolf's head spits something red and slimy onto the palm of the hand. All the heads simultaneously declare that it is enough to taste Lan's flesh. This is the test for Namgung. The monster claims that the reward will not disappoint Namgung. If he is lucky, he will be able to seize the power of the phases themselves. Namgung wonders if an ordinary piece of meat can bestow the power of a higher being. He hears that this is exactly the case. The question arises, who is Lan? It is believed that the composition of the phases is unchanged. There are always 8 of them, but the monster refutes this. There is no permanent composition. In all worlds, including his, the phases change from time to time. The lands are the most ancient rulers. He is not talking about those who opened the carnival now, but about the beings that ruled back in the days of Olympus and Muspelheim. They are truly powerful beings who created existence. However, times change, as do the top, like the succession system of carnivals. It's not just fun. For the phases, carnival serves as a vehicle for progress or regression, which are essentially extremes of the same thing. This is what is truly called history. The man becomes curious. Since when has the history of the world been created by entities alien to him? The monster replies that it is not so simple. In a sense, they are the key to the carnival, provoking phenomena and unraveling them, and the phases only bring them onto the stage. Namgung smiles, makes a decision, and takes the flesh from the creature's hands. He sarcastically asks how long the monster will hang noodles on our ears. What keys? What scene? The creature insists that he must eat the flesh now. It will make him more powerful than any government. The man notes that diplomacy is clearly not the monster's strong point. The logical question arises. If the creature is so powerful that it absorbed the phase, why is it still chained to this place? And why, when absorbing others, does it suddenly use the word they in relation to the phases? Does it really want him to believe this? He clenches his fist, tears the flesh, and declares that the monster attacked the wrong person. The head in the center is smiling. On the one hand, impressed. On the other, disappointed. If Namgung were to consume the flesh, he would be able to taste his soul, which the monster finds quite appetizing. Namgung replies that even a fool can understand. This is just a trick. The monster admits that he doesn't seem to like Fazam very much, since he was met by this monster already at the second door. The phases are probably hoping that this garbage will swallow the guy. Golden hands start coming out of the monster's body. But he really became interested in what kind of history Namgung would create. It is obvious that the creature really does absorb Phaz. This is not a fiction. It is stronger than the 8 overlords combined. The creature transforms completely into a body of gold and states that once the test is passed, a reward is due. You could say it was a quest of sorts. It takes the man's hand in its huge, glowing, bright palm. A bright light flashes. The being says that there is non-existence, but not the one that Namgung thought about. By its nature, it is something that has neither beginning nor end. At the same time, it is the one who has seen every carnival. Thanks to this, Namgung will now be able to find out from him what will happen in the next 25 years. And suddenly Namgung wakes up, sitting in his car. He rolls up his sleeve, looks at his wrist, and sees chains there. Soman runs outside to the car window and calls his father to wake up. The man opens the door, comes out, and asks what happened. The girl explains that some people force them to stop, but that is not what is important. What's more important is that Uncle Mayong-hun is in danger. Unknown people are holding him back. A huge man approaches them and asks if he is Namgung. He says that the man will have to go with them. Namgung flips the thug over in one motion and calls his brother over, saying that they shouldn't linger here. It's time to go faster. Mayong-hun has already dealt with everyone who was holding him back and happily waves to Namgung. The man asks Mayong-hun why he didn't get rid of the opponents right away, but he replies that he wanted to sort things out first while Namgung was sleeping in the car. Suddenly the strangers take out knives and start arguing. Namgung tells his brother that they need to be interrogated, but asks him to try not to overdo it. When the command is given to take the man and his family, the enemies rush forward with furious faces. Myung-hun takes out his ice sword and asks ironically, do they really think that what they have in their hands is a weapon? He takes out a sword from behind his back. The blade glows and says that this is a real weapon. Only a few seconds passed, and all the men found themselves frozen in a block of ice. The last one left fell to the floor, and something crunched. Suddenly a sword was thrust between the wreaths. Myung-hun asked who they were and who sent them, but the man just started shouting that he didn't know anything. Myung-hun threatened that if he did not want to cooperate, things would only get worse. Namgung came up and said that if the man continued to act like an idiot, he would definitely die. He didn't believe that Namgung was really going to kill him. He was amused by the very idea that a person was capable of killing. The man didn't have time to finish speaking. Namgung covered his mouth with his hand. He said that the man seemed to have misunderstood him. He would not kill him. He himself would want to die. He pressed him to the floor with such force that it broke. The man's face turned blue. But as soon as he pointed his finger at another comrade, Namgung let him go. The second man began to justify himself, saying that he was not the boss, but simply a subordinate. Namgung grabbed the first one by the collar and said that he didn't believe it. The man began to choke. His shirt was choking his throat. He was shaking and insisting that he was not lying. Suddenly, a knife hit him in the forehead, and he fell to the ground. The stranger was angry that he had given him away. He swore that the chairman had hired all sorts of non-professionals for a man's job. Namgung noted that this man, although small, was feisty, and asked his name. He introduced himself as Choi Gwangpil, from the Chonil Company. If so, he could answer Namgung's question. How did he know that they would be in Incheon? Gwanpil clicked his tongue in displeasure, but remained silent. After this, Namgung asked who exactly sent him. Shir Taewa of Jeonil or Jin Wei of the Triad. The man's face reflected both names. He said that Namgung had too much pathos. He immediately began to move rapidly with the knife around Namgung, asking if he really imagined himself to be cool. Too impudent for someone who was soon to die. Namgung realized that this guy had probably absorbed several runes. The man appeared right in front of his face and asked with a grin if he really regretted provoking him. A second later, he was already behind him and stabbed him with a knife. He felt the blade go somewhere and laughed. Namgung instantly appeared above him and forcefully slammed his head into the ground. Myung-hoon noticed that this guy seemed to know how to fight, but he clearly had problems choosing an opponent. Namgung grabbed his ankle and said that no matter how fast he was, it wouldn't help. Without legs, you can't run. He broke the man's ankle with one movement. He screamed, was in tears, and already missing several teeth. Namgung grabbed Gwanpil's head and warned him that if he moved again, he would make him a permanent invalid and then send him to the monster seat. He must not twitch and answer questions. The man, in a completely hysterical state, said that they were ordered to take Namgung and his relatives to Yonnan Station. He doesn't know where it came from. They just passed on the order. Then he looked at Namgung's face, read the anger in it, and compared him to a dinosaur. He admitted that it was the chairman who ordered the action to begin before the Triad people who had already filled the port yesterday. It seems like Namgung is now being tailed by both Jongle and Jin Wei. Could it be that Alec snitched on him? Namgung told his brother to take Somin and go with her to Hojun. Troubled times were just around the corner. Myung-hoon asked if Namgung was going to act alone, but was told no. Hyoju immediately appeared behind him, and now he was definitely not alone. The station announced that it was temporarily out of service. However, Namgung and Hyoju still came there, and the girl asked what was going on. He said he asked her to come, and she came. Could these really be the Chonil bandits? They created a cult, but in the end they were just a bunch of gangsters. And it's just the beginning. They are going to use doping. The Chonil started smuggling drugs in the 1990s, and it was on this profit that they rose very quickly. The girl didn't understand. Why did they need all this? Why did they even create a cult? Namgung replied that there was no need for smuggling now. After all, drugs can be distributed legally. Chonil plans to open a factory, taking advantage of the chaos of the carnival. They intend to gather a horde of fanatics and then get them hooked on a new drug. This drug not only causes hallucinations and pleasure, but also dulls physical pain. In other words, they will create walking shields out of meat. Hyoju couldn't understand how this was even possible. Well, let's say they did it. But what did this have to do with Incheon's disappearance? After all, it's considered Chonil territory. Why get rid of your own land? Does that mean they'll get hooked on their own drug? The man replied that they only produce the drug. But they are not the creators of the recipe. Jinwei is a prophet chosen by the Lord of Fire Force. He is a crazy alchemist. Together they approached the checkout, and they asked for 2 tickets to Sunflower. A hand came out of the ticket office, gave them 2 tickets, and told them to go to exit number 3. They were already at the port and met the man. As she climbed the stairs, the girl wondered where the Coast Guard had gone. Could the Mafia really be here so calmly? Namgung found the right wooden door and opened it. There was a sign there and a man playing mini-golf. He greeted Namgung and noticed that he even brought a hottie with him. He pointed to a chair and told them to sit down. After all, they weren't some kind of national intelligence officers, so there was no need for ceremony. Namgung was surprised that this man knew who he was. The man reported that Chen Shun from the Triad and his men came at dawn yesterday, looking for Namgung. He added that those guys shouldn't be blamed. They, like him, were just doing their job, and he hopes he understands that. The girl asked if they had decided to bribe the Coast Guard in order to illegally bring in people from the Triad. She then called them bastards and ran towards the man, intending to hit him. Namgung stopped her in time with a blow to the neck. The girl passed out and fell onto the carpet. The man didn't understand what had just happened. Namgung replied that she was an extra burden that needed to be gotten rid of in order to have a normal conversation. It would have been easier to knock her out. The man noticed that Namgung was even cooler than he expected. Now it was clear why the Triad was so interested in him. Namgung asked why the man had hidden from them that he had found him earlier. He added that if he explained two things, their communication would be more productive. The man was silent for a moment and then said that the Triad was currently actively recruiting people. He took out an ampule and said that the Triad wanted to mass-produce this thing. According to him, there is no one better than Namgung to be the manager. He called the ampule berserk in common parlance. Small, but blows your mind. The Triad provides the recipe, and they provide the production space. That's why they need a strong man in Korea. Namgung then understood why this man had found him in advance. He realized that he was not only good at swinging his fists, but also had an excellent mind. The fewer mouths there are, the more knives there are for everyone. Namgung asked the man if he was sure he could rule and oppose the Triad. He replied that this was exactly what he needed Namgung for. He said that he would show him one thing and held out his hand, in which a small hurricane of water appeared. Namgung was surprised that he could control water. In his past life, this man was just a drug addict. Who would have thought that he had such potential? The man explained that if he wanted to kill those who had arrived in Korea, he would simply block the sea route. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to escape without a ship. He snapped his fingers, and one of his assistants brought in a huge pile of money. The man said that this was an advance for Namgung, and when things go well, they will pay him as much as he wants. He added that he was not like the Triad people and would make sure that Namgung did not have to get his hands dirty. He had to think about how to protect his country from the Triad. Namgung replied that they say that even walls have ears. The man was confused. He didn't understand what exactly Namgung said, but behind his back, hands appeared and twisted his neck. The guards reacted instantly and ran to find out who did it. Behind the man stood another man, who said that they dared to make the Triad wait and plot behind their backs. His eyes started glowing red. He called them cockroaches. He threw the body of their boss to the guards and told them to take their trash and get lost. The huge man asked Namgung when he understood everything. Namgung replied that as soon as he entered. Now the big guy knew why the boss was interested in this man. He introduced himself. His name is Chen Shun. He added that it was better for the man to dig in deep waters. If he had fallen for some chonal corporation, he would already be dead. Namgung smiled when he heard about the big waters. He placed his hand on Chen Shun's shoulder and said that it was worth taking a look at how big they were. He told him to contact Jin Wei. He must arrive before Namgung counts to 3. In big waters, it's better to hang out with big fish, and he wants to talk to him personally. The man started to panic, saying that Namgung was crazy. How could he even say that name? Does he think that since the master himself is interested in him, then now he is allowed to do anything? Namgung noticed that the man had an ability called fusion, which was similar to camouflage. Disguise makes the user invisible, but does not eliminate the feeling of presence. Merging allows you to completely dissolve into the surrounding space. By physically disappearing, the user can appear and disappear at will. This makes the ability useful not only for defense, but also for attack. The man suddenly shouted that it seemed that before appearing before Mr. Sanju, he needed to be taught a lesson. He warned right away. The lesson would be severe. Namgung thought that this man was like a baby, eager to show off his abilities. The world has changed. There are ordinary people and there are those like him, endowed with special powers. Now the division of people into classes is inevitable. Just like the fall of Namgung, the man appeared right behind Namgung. He raised his hands up and was about to hit him. But Namgung, without even turning around, punched him right between the legs. The man fell to the floor and curled up on all fours. At that moment, Namgung put his foot on his head, on the back of his neck. The brute didn't understand how he was able to hit him, because he was in a state of fusion. Namgung explained that the man didn't even understand his own abilities. He was just lucky to survive, with no combat experience. The man began to stand up, asking how Namgung did it. He explained that he had not hit him between the legs, but straight to the soul. He could beat him as much as he wanted, even if he did not incarnate. The man was shocked. Did the soul really exist? It seemed nonsense. How could he even hit the soul? Namgung demanded that he stop acting like he was all-powerful and sit down, because he needed to know something. He wanted to find out how Jin Wei knew about him. The man replied that it was all because of the video of Namgung defeating a water snake. It was already circulating all over the internet. Namgung noted that they don't trust Jeonil's company, but they are still willing to entrust the matter to him. Relying on an amateur video from the internet is strange, since they have no rational reason. The bully said that everything is in Namgung's power. He is the strongest in Korea. In this world, no one can be trusted except the strongest. Mr. Sanju is standing behind him, which means that no matter how strong Namgung is, he simply won't be allowed to betray them. It wouldn't be difficult for Jin Wei to create any potion using alchemy. He's probably already strengthened to the limit with them. At the moment, he's even stronger than Alec. If it comes to a fight, they have about the same chances. Although it's not even that. Namgung is a little inferior to him. The bully said that no matter how strong he was, ultimately Lord Sanju would rule over everyone. Namgung thanked him for the warning, but asked what was required of him then. The man handed him a piece of paper along with an ampule. He told them to go to the specified address. Their specialists would meet him there. He would need to give them the ampules. The rats from the Chonal Company might know about this place, and if anything happened, he would just have to kill them. Namgung was asked if Jin Wei would be there. He replied that he would arrive in about a week. Namgung was upset because he wanted him to show up before he counted to 3. He took the girl on his shoulder and said that he was leaving right now, and he would take the girl himself, so there was no need to worry about her. The brute immediately called the girl's name and summoned a spirit, which appeared behind him. He instructed her to accompany Namgung to his destination. He was going to keep an eye on him. After all, he has no reason to trust him except for his strength, and that is fair. Namgung said that since the girl tagged along, she should give him a lift to the place, since she has a car. They drove along the bridge that went across the ocean. The girl was sitting behind the wheel, and both of them were in awkward silence. Suddenly, she broke the silence and asked why they needed this woman. Namgung replied that he didn't have to report to her, and remembered that he seemed to have heard her name once in a past life. He had never seen her, which meant they most likely had never met in person. Then he asked her a question. What kind of weapon does she own? The girl answered the same way he had earlier. She was not obliged to report to him. He was not giving her an order. Then she asked, does he really want to repeat Chen Shun's fate? Even if he is stronger, he is still far from being like Lord Sanju. Sanju is her immediate superior, and she has no intention of reporting to Namgung. Namgung smiled, saying that her loyalty was impressive, and I decided to check how impressive her power would be. Suddenly, several explosions were heard in the water, which reached the bridge. The girl sitting behind the wheel was shaking all over, not understanding what was happening. A huge lizard man appeared from the back of the car and grabbed her in his arms. Several other smaller lizards were already standing in front of the car with weapons in their hands. Namgung got out of the car. The girl was surprised that he was going to get out during such a mess. But, in her opinion, otherwise they would not have reached their destination. The girl also climbed out because she had no choice. Troubled times had come. Their car was already surrounded by a huge number of lizards, and the second wave of monsters began. Hojun couldn't understand where such a crowd of lizard-like creatures came from. She had never seen one so huge before, but it was an ordinary fighting lizard. He was originally supposed to appear 1 week after the opening of the last gate as a sort of mid-boss, but due to the water serpent being defeated, it brought his appearance closer. The huge lizard raised its arms to attack, but Namgung and Hojun managed to jump back. The girl noted that this monster is not even afraid to hurt its relatives. The reptile is cold-blooded in every sense. Now they were standing in the middle, surrounded by other lizards. Some had an axe, some had knives and spears. They didn't know what to do, but they decided they had to break through. Hojun thought that it was impossible, because they were in the middle of the bridge and there was nowhere to run. Namgung said that they had no other alternatives. Since Chen Shun assigned the girl to him, it meant that she must be able to do something. Or she's just a pawn that's not a pity. But the girl noticed that he has a talent for driving people crazy. She won't save him if something happens, so he needs to keep up. And then she took out metal threads, not the easiest weapon. Namgung watched her and wanted to see what she was capable of. The girl ran past the crowd, simultaneously tying threads around the lizards. Then she pulled the ropes, and the monsters were left without heads. A few seconds later, other lizard men were already flying towards her. But the girl did not lag behind and destroyed these monsters with threads. She asked the man how he liked the strength of Lord Sanju's minions. Then she saw him standing right in front of a huge lizard and didn't understand what he was doing. He replied that he wasn't going to let a corrupt official be fed to the lizards. The man was going to take on this giant on his own. Did she really doubt him? Then she should go on without him. Hojun replied that that was what she intended. The master's order came first. Namgung took out his sword and said how lovely she was. He almost shed a tear from her devotion. A few seconds later, he was already standing on the lizard's neck. With one movement of his red sword, he cut off its head, and the monster died. The man walked up to his car and tore off its door. Sitting in it, Hyoju raised her head and said that this was not in her plans. The man replied that he had not known the monster would fall on their car, and he could not believe that she had not woken up. They could have gotten out together by then, but they could not arouse suspicion. Now, with the onset of the time of troubles, the most interesting thing will begin. Until dawn of the next day, monsters will appear endlessly. Fire appeared from the ground behind him, and now his loyal knights were following the man. They needed to destroy as many creatures as possible. Hojun ran away, but realized that the man still had the ampules. Perhaps she should have helped him. But even if she returned now, she would only find corpses. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind. He asked what corpses she was talking about. She should stop talking nonsense and open the doors. The girl was surprised that there was not a single scratch on it, and then opened the massive doors. She didn't understand how it all happened. All the people inside were dead. This is not surprising. Most of the corpses they saw along the way belonged to people from the Triad. Afterwards, they decided to find the required device and hoped that it was intact. They found some kind of machine, a box with a screen and numbers where you had to enter a code. It seemed like these people protected her to the last. Naturally, it was Lord Sanju's order. The law, no matter what happened. Ryojin asked to give her the ampule quickly. It needed to be duplicated immediately. She took the ampule and inserted it into the glass box under the tube. What progress has come to. Now even drugs can be stamped out by machine. Namgung asked how long it would take, and was told it would take 1 hour. He left the girls alone, and said that he would be away for a short while, offering them to guard the drugs together. Ryojin asked what he was planning anyway. Didn't he say he was going to get rid of that woman? Namgung replied that they were actually in the same boat. He was talking about a corrupt official. He meant Hyoja. He told them to sit there quietly for 1 hour and left. As he was leaving, he added that if they didn't do this, he would personally stack them in a pile. After that, he headed towards the water where the ships were standing. He stood at the helm and started it with the key. Everything worked. If his memory served him right, like the goblin chieftain's fortress, the water serpent also had a base after being summoned. In it he usually rested and laid eggs. Of course, Namgung destroyed the snake immediately after it appeared, so it hardly had time to leave offspring. But anything is possible. In troubled times, monsters that are supposed to appear according to the rules still continue to appear. Cursed phases with their absolute laws. Even if the water snake is dead, its eggs will still appear. The most likely place for this to happen was Jeonbongdo Island, which was where he was headed.